Hello friends, welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain. Designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. I kept my uniform badge. It was tucked right inside my prison shirt pocket. They let me keep it like it was some kind of mean joke. It was all melted on the edges, and it still smelled a little like smoke. That badge was the last thing I had from my old life, before the big court case, before they put the chains on me, before all the screaming started, before venture. I used to wear that badge every day. It was shiny then, no, not all bent and dark. It meant something good, I thought. It meant I helped people. It meant I made things right. I felt important, like I was doing God's work. But then came that night. The rain was coming down hard, just like it was trying to wash everything away. It hammered on the roof of my patrol car, loud and angry. I was tired, my eyes gritty from a long shift. A call came in, a bad one, a car crash, real nasty. A man was trapped, stuck in his car after a crash. The metal was twisted, glass everywhere. I saw him. No, I really did. He was crying for help, his voice all broken like a scared animal. My job was to save him, to pull him out. I had trained for this, practiced the moves 100 times, but something in me just froze. My feet felt glued to the wet ground. I looked at his face, all scared and weak, covered in blood, and then I remembered. I remembered what he did, the bad things he caused, the pain he brought to others. He was a monster, a man who hurt kids. He had ruined so many lives, no, so many. A part of me, a dark part, felt like he deserved it, like it was justice, a quick, fiery end. No more trials, no more appeals, just done. So, I waited. Just a little too long. My hands stayed in my pockets. My radio stayed quiet. The fire started small, a tiny flicker under the hood. Then it grew. His screams got louder, turning into a raw, choking sound. I watched him burn, the flames licking at the metal, then at him. The heat hit my face, but I didn't move. When the other guys showed up, it was too late. They looked at me, their faces grim. I just shook my head, my voice calm. Couldn't get to him, I lied, too fast. They found out, no, they always do. Not the watching part, but the waiting, the not helping. The truth has a way of crawling out, like something from under a rock. They called it something fancy in court, like dereliction of duty or criminal negligence, but it was just me being a bad man. I chose. I let him die. They said I had a hunger for judging others. That's what the judge said, his voice like cold stone, hitting me with every word. He said I thought I was better than the law, better than mercy. He said I played God, and for that, I had to pay. My badge, my job, my life, all gone. It felt like a bad dream, but the chains were real. And that's how I ended up on that bus, the one that sounded like an old man trying to breathe, wheezing real slow. It was a one-way trip, that's for sure. No radio playing, no one talking. Just that sad wheeze, the rain hitting the windows, and then the wheeze again. The seats were hard, cold plastic. The air smelled like old sweat and stale cigarettes. I sat by the window, watching the world blur by, getting smaller and smaller behind us. Every mile felt like a year. I tried to think about my old life, my apartment, the diner where I used to get coffee, but it all felt far away, like a story someone else told, like it never happened to me. The trees outside got thicker and thicker, like a bunch of bony fingers reaching up to the sky. They looked like they were grabbing at the sky, trying to pull it down into the dark. The road started to curve in a weird way, winding deeper and deeper into nothing. It felt like it was leaning away from something bad hidden underneath it, something ancient and hungry. The light outside got dimmer, even though it was still daytime. The world was turning gray. The air got heavy too, like something was pressing down on the bus, pushing it deeper into the dark, into a place the sun forgot. When the fog came and swallowed the whole bus, the driver mumbled something real quiet. His voice was rough, like he hadn't spoken in a long time. I think he said, "God forgive you." It stuck with me, that little whisper. It felt like a curse, a final goodbye to anything good. The bus kept going, slow and heavy, like it was going to sleep, or maybe dying. Then it stopped. The engine coughed, a final tired sound, and then silence. A thick, heavy silence. I looked out the window, but all I saw was gray, a wall of fog. I couldn't see the road, couldn't see the trees, just endless white. It felt like the world had ended, and we were the only ones left. The town was hardly there at all. Just a bunch of empty wood cabins, their windows all boarded up tight. They looked like dead eyes staring out at nothing, waiting for something. No kids playing outside, no lights on anywhere. Just dark shapes behind the curtains watching us go by. I felt their eyes on me, watching the bus, watching me get off. It felt like they were judging me too. A chill went right through me, colder than the rain, colder than the fog. It wasn't just the cold air, no, it was something else. A feeling of being seen, but not in a good way. Like I was already known here, already marked. The prison itself sat high up on a rocky hill, looking down on everything. It was cut right into the jagged stone, like it had just grown there, old and scary, like a giant, dark tooth sticking out of the earth, ready to bite. Its walls were rough, dark stone, blending into the rock. No windows, no, not that I could see. Just solid, unmoving rock. It looked like a tomb, not a prison. When the bus door slowly creaked open, no one came out to meet me. No friendly faces, no, not even mean ones. Just the cold, wet air. I stepped out all by myself. The little stones crunched under my boots. It was the only sound, loud in the silence. The fog wrapped around my legs, like it knew me already, like it was waiting. It felt like a cold, wet hand grabbing me, pulling me in. Then the guards showed up. They just appeared, like they rose from the ground, out of the fog itself. Their clothes were dusty and stiff, like old army uniforms from a long, long time ago. They didn't have any name tags, no, nothing to tell me who they were. Their guns looked old, but their eyes, no, their eyes were sharp. They looked right through me, like they could see inside my head, into my dark thoughts. They never said my name, no, not even once. They just called me Meat. It made my stomach drop hearing that. It wasn't just a nickname, no. It felt like a label, like I wasn't a person anymore, just something to be used. They didn't push me, no, not hard. They just pointed, and I walked. My legs felt heavy, like lead. The prison entrance was a big, dark hole in the stone. It felt like walking into the mouth of something huge, something that was going to swallow me whole. The air inside was thick, like old dust and something else, something metallic. It was dark too, even with the dim lights hanging from the ceiling. They flickered, making shadows dance like hungry monsters. Inside the prison, time just stopped. It didn't make any sense anymore. Days blended into nights, and nights felt like endless stretches of dark. I couldn't tell if it was morning or evening. The walls were always wet, like they were crying. Water dripped down, making little puddles on the floor that reflected the dim lights. It made the air even colder. The air always smelled bad, like old metal and raw meat. It was a smell that got inside you, clinging to your clothes, your skin, even your hair. It made my stomach turn, a constant churning. We didn't get real beds, no, not like in other prisons. We just got corners, a small space on the cold, hard floor. No blankets, no pillows, just the stone. My corner was cold and damp. The chill went right into my bones, making me shiver all the time. I tried to curl up, to make myself smaller, but it didn't help. The first man I met was named Jerome. He was super thin, like a stick, and his eyes jumped around all the time. He looked like a bird trapped in a cage, always looking for a way out, always scared. His clothes were torn, his hair matted. He looked like he had been here for a very long time. His skin was pale, almost gray, like he hadn't seen the sun in years. "You're new," he whispered to me, his voice raspy, like sandpaper. "You still smell clean." He said it like it was a bad thing, like being clean meant I hadn't been here long enough to get dirty, to be broken. It made me feel sick. I asked him, real dumb like, "Where's the cafeteria?" I was still thinking about normal things, about trays and tables and other prisoners, about rules and routines. I was still holding on to hope. He just smiled, but it wasn't a nice smile. It was like a cut on his face, a thin, sharp line that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes stayed wide and scared. "You'll see," he said, and his eyes kept jumping, looking over my shoulder, into the shadows, like something was always watching him. He looked like he was always waiting for something bad to happen. I didn't like his smile, no, not one bit. It made my skin crawl. The days passed slow, like thick mud. Each one felt heavier than the last, dragging me down. The silence was heavy too, broken only by the drips of water and the shuffling of feet. We never saw the food come in. No trucks driving up, no big deliveries, no clanging of pots and pans, no sounds of cooking. It was like the food just appeared from nowhere. The trays just showed up in our cells when the lights went out. They were always covered up so you couldn't see what was inside. They were always warm too, a strange, unnatural warmth. And it was always meat. The first night, I was so hungry I ate it. My stomach was growling, aching. It tasted strange, heavy, like something I couldn't quite place. But I forced it down. It filled me up, but it didn't feel right. My stomach felt heavy too, like a stone. The second night, I picked at it. I pushed it around with my spoon. It was dark, a thick stew, and the smell was getting to me. It was too strong, too rich. I tried to make myself eat it, but it was hard. My throat felt tight. But the third night, I couldn't do it. My stomach churned just looking at the covered tray. A cold dread settled over me. I opened the lid real slow, my hand shaking, and there was something small buried in the thick stew. It was white and hard. I poked at it with my spoon. It was a tooth, a human tooth, small, but clearly a tooth, with a little bit of gum still clinging to it. My hand started shaking harder. I dropped the spoon. It clattered on the stone floor, a loud sound in the quiet room. I stared at the tooth, my breath catching in my throat. My mind screamed, but no sound came out. No one talked about it. No, not a word. No one dared to. We all knew, I think. We all saw. But saying it out loud would make it too real. It would make it true. And that was too awful to believe. We just ate, or pretended to eat, in silence. The air in the room was thick with unspoken horror. Every chew, every swallow felt like a betrayal. But Jerome, he leaned in real close to me, his breath hot and smelling of old metal, like the prison walls themselves. He whispered, "Every time a man disappears, dinner gets heavier." His voice was shaky, like he was about to cry, or maybe throw up. His eyes were fixed on the stew, a terrible knowing in them. He looked like he had seen too much, eaten too much. He looked like he was already half gone. I started counting the bunks. There were 26 men in our big room when I first got there. It was my first night, and I counted them all, trying to remember faces, trying to put names to them, trying to make them real. By the end of the second week, though, there were only 21, 5 men gone, just like that. No screams, no, not a single one. No alarms going off, no fights, no struggle, just empty spaces where men used to be. The missing ones were just gone, like someone had rubbed them out with an eraser. It was like they were never even there, like ghosts, but worse, because they were real before. The fear started to grow in my chest, a cold knot, twisting tighter each day. Every morning, I would wake up and count. My eyes would dart around the room, looking for the empty spots. Each empty spot felt like a punch to my gut. I started to check on Jerome more often, just a quick glance. He was getting thinner, if that was even possible. His eyes were even more frantic. He looked like he was losing his mind. Jerome was next. I saw it coming. He started shaking 2 days before he disappeared. His eyes got even wider, and they never stopped moving, darting from side to side. He kept looking at the guards like they were wild animals, like they were going to jump at him any second. He stopped eating the stew completely. He just stared at it, his face pale, green around the edges. He kept mumbling to himself, words I couldn't quite make out, like a broken record. He looked like a man already gone, already eaten. The night before he vanished, he told me something I'll never forget. He pulled himself closer to me, his bony hand grabbing my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong, like a dying man's last hold. "They eat us," he whispered, his eyes wide and wet, tears running down his dirty cheeks, carving clean paths. "The guards. It's like a special thing they do. They don't believe in just keeping people in jail. No, they believe in making us pay with our own bodies." He squeezed my arm tighter, his nails digging in. "It's their justice," he said, his voice barely a sound, a dry, rattling whisper. "Justice must feed justice." He was shaking so hard the whole corner of the room seemed to shake with him. He was a human earthquake. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to the drips of water, each drop sounding like a clock ticking down. Every shadow looked like a guard. Every sound made me jump, my heart pounding in my ears. I thought about what he said, about justice must feed justice. It made a cold, sick sense. My own crime, my own twisted idea of justice. Was this what they meant? Was this my payment? When I woke up, the first light was just starting to creep into the room, a weak, sickly gray. I looked over at Jerome's corner. It was empty. He was gone. His bunk was gone too. The spot was all scrubbed clean, like he was never there. Not a single trace, not a speck of dirt. And in his place on the floor was a tray. It was still warm. Steam was rising from under the lid, a thin, ghostly curl. I didn't open it. I just stared at it. My stomach twisted into a hard knot, a cold, heavy stone. I knew what was inside. I knew why it was warm. I knew why it was heavy. I got up, my legs shaky, and walked to the wall. I cracked. No, I really did. Something inside me just broke, shattered into a million pieces. I stopped talking to anyone. I stopped looking at the other men. I just looked at the wall, like it held all the answers. I started scratching the days into the wall with my fingernail, one mark for each day. It was the only way I knew how much time was passing, how many days I had left. Each scratch was a tiny piece of my mind slipping away, a desperate act to hold on to something. I just sat there, waiting for my turn, waiting for the guards to come for me. Every shadow that moved, every sound in the hall, made my heart jump, a frantic drum in my chest. My body felt weaker each day, but my mind felt sharper, in a bad way. It was like my senses were screaming. I could smell the meat on the air all the time now, even when there was no tray. It was like it was part of me, inside me. The days turned into weeks, maybe months. I lost track. My scratches on the wall became a long, jagged line, a map of my slow descent. I stopped hoping, stopped fighting. I just waited. One night, the guards came for me. I heard their boots on the stone floor, slow and heavy, coming closer and closer. They didn't say anything. No, not a single word. Just their hands grabbing me, rough and cold. They were strong, their fingers like iron bands around my arms. They dragged me down a long hallway, past all the other cells. The faces of the other prisoners were pale, their eyes wide with fear, staring out from the darkness. They looked away from me, like I was already dead. Deeper into the cold stone we went. It felt like going into the earth, into its dark, wet belly, into a place where light never touched. The air got colder, and the bad smell got stronger, making my nose burn, my eyes water. They took me to the butcher room. The door was thick, made of heavy wood with iron bands, dark and imposing. It creaked open, a long, sad sound, like a dying groan. The room inside was huge and dark, lit only by dim, flickering lights. Big metal hooks hung from the ceiling, swaying a little over the wet, slick floor. They looked like they were waiting for something, for someone. The walls had these strange, bumpy parts, like old bones stuck into them, holding the stones together, a macabre decoration. A long table sat right in the middle. It was covered in blood, blood that was too fresh for the cold air to hide. It shimmered under the dim light, a dark, sticky pool reflecting the hooks above. And in the far corner, lit by flickering candles, there was a metal sign. It was old and rusty, but the words were clear, carved deep into the metal. Under the prison's symbol, it read, "Justice must feed justice." My blood ran cold when I saw it. Jerome's words staring back at me. They threw me into a cage near the back. It was made of thick iron bars, strong and cold, like a tomb. Not to kill me right away, no, not yet. They threw me in there to make me fat. They fed me twice a day, always stew, always meat. It was different now, no, not just a tooth. Sometimes I saw a finger bone or a piece of something that looked like skin. I tried not to look, tried not to think. They kept me warm. They kept me all alone. They were getting me ready. Like an animal before the slaughter, fattening me up. I could feel my body changing, getting heavier, softer, like I was filling with something unnatural. The warden came to visit me in my cage. He was a tall man, and his face looked all puffy, like it had been boiled, or like he had eaten too much. His eyes were small and dark, like tiny stones, hard and unfeeling. His voice was thick and slow, like sticky syrup dripping out of his mouth. "You held on to your badge," he said, nodding at my chest, at the melted metal. "You were a good man once, a man of the law." He said it like it was a joke, a cruel mocking sound. "I still am," I whispered back, but my voice sounded small and weak, like a little mouse. It didn't sound like me at all. I tried to make it strong, but I couldn't. The words just died in my throat. "No," he said, and his voice got even lower, like a growl from a hungry animal. "You let a man die, not because you couldn't save him. No, it was because you didn't want to. You chose. You made a judgment." He looked right into my eyes, his gaze like a cold knife, cutting through me. "We smelled it on you," he went on, his voice soft but chilling, like a whisper from a grave. "That hunger for judging others, that dark part of you that thought it knew better." He leaned in real close then. I could smell something bad, like old metal and rotting things, mixed with something sweet and sickly. It was the smell of the stew, but stronger, more concentrated, like a death smell. "Now you will be judged," he said, his breath hot on my face, making me recoil, "and the town will be fed. It is the cycle, the balance. Justice must feed justice." He smiled then, a wide, wet smile that showed too many teeth, too sharp, too white. It wasn't human. It was the smile of a predator. I tried to get out. No, I really did. I found a small bone, maybe from one of the meals, and I used it to dig at the wall. I scraped and scraped, my fingernails breaking, blood mixing with the damp stone dust. I tried to hide under the carts they used to move things, the ones with the bloodstains that never seemed to dry. I tried to bend the bars of my cage, pulling with all my strength. My hands were raw and bleeding, but I kept trying, a desperate, useless effort. I saw them cook someone, no, not just cut them up. They roasted them, like a pig on a spit, turning slowly over a roaring fire. The smell filled the room, a sickening mix of burning hair and cooked meat, sweet and foul all at once. The fire glowed, casting dancing shadows on the walls, making the bones in the stone seem to writhe. I watched from my cage, my eyes wide with horror, unable to look away. They turned the body slowly, basting it with something dark, something that shimmered in the firelight. One of the guards took a bite out of a shoulder, tearing off a piece with his teeth, grunting with pleasure. His eyes rolled back in his head, like he was praying, like he was having a holy moment, a communion. He chewed slowly, his face full of pleasure, a look of pure bliss. This wasn't just crazy people doing crazy things, no, not at all. This was like a church. This was their religion. This was what they believed. They thought they were doing something right, something sacred. It was a cold, dark belief, a hunger that went deeper than just food. It was about making people pay, about a twisted idea of fairness, a balance of pain. They believed they were cleaning the world, one meal at a time. I watched them, day after day, from my cage. I saw the empty hooks, then the full hooks. I heard the sounds, The wet cutting, the crackle of the fire, the slurping, and the smells. No, the smells were the worst. Always there, always clinging. They never looked at me directly while they worked. No, not really. They just moved, like they were part of a machine, doing their duty, like I was just another piece of meat waiting its turn. Nothing more. My mind started to play tricks. I saw Jerome's face in the shadows, his wide, scared eyes. I heard his whisper, "They eat us." It was like he was still there, a ghost in the butcher room, a warning. I thought about the man in the car, the one I let burn. Was this my punishment? Was this the justice they talked about? An eye for an eye, a body for a body, a soul for a soul? It felt like it. I started to shake all the time, a constant tremor. My teeth chattered. I couldn't stop it. I was cold, even though the room was warm from the fire. It was a cold that came from inside me, a cold fear. One night, the fire alarm started screaming, a loud, sharp noise that cut through the silence, tearing it apart. It was so sudden, so loud, it made me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. I don't know who did it. Maybe another prisoner, someone who couldn't take it anymore, who finally broke and decided to bring it all down. Or maybe the place itself, the prison, had just gotten tired of its own hunger. Maybe it was tired of eating, tired of the blood. Smoke was everywhere, thick and black, filling the room, blinding me. It stung my eyes and made my throat burn, making me cough until I gagged. The guards started yelling, their voices rough and angry, confused. Screams filled the air this time, real ones, not just the quiet disappearances. These were screams of panic, of pain, of pure terror. And under all the noise, I could hear the warden's voice howling like a wild animal, a wounded beast. He sounded like a god who had been betrayed, like his special place was being ruined, his holy ritual broken. He was screaming about his justice, about his hunger, about the town. He was losing control, his voice cracking with rage. The cage door was open. I don't know how. Maybe a guard left it, forgotten in the chaos. Or maybe the fire broke the lock, melting the metal. I didn't care. I just ran. My legs moved on their own, a desperate scramble. I ran through the smoke, past the burning cells, the flames licking at the bars. I could hear men coughing, crying out, their pleas swallowed by the roar of the fire. The heat was intense, pressing in on me, baking my skin. I didn't look back. I just pushed forward, driven by a primal need to escape, to breathe air that didn't smell of burning flesh. I burst out into the woods. The fog was there, waiting for me, thick and cold, a familiar embrace. It wrapped around me like a blanket, hiding me from the burning prison, from the screams behind me. I just kept running. My lungs burned, my legs ached, each step a painful throb. But I didn't stop. I ran until my legs just gave out, collapsing under me. I fell down, gasping for air, the cold, wet earth against my face, tasting like dirt and freedom. Everything went black. I woke up in a hospital in a town called Walbridge. The sheets were clean. They smelled like soap and sunshine, a smell I hadn't known in what felt like forever. Machines were beeping softly around me, a gentle, steady sound like a heartbeat. A nurse with kind eyes was looking down at me. Her face was soft, her voice gentle, like a lullaby. "You were found near a logging trail," she said. "You've been gone for 6 months." 6 months. It felt like a lifetime, like a bad dream I couldn't wake from. But I was awake now. I was safe. I was free. I started to cry. No, I couldn't stop. Tears streamed down my face, hot and salty, washing away the dirt and the fear. It was all real. The prison, the meat, Jerome, the warden, all of it. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a memory, a scar on my soul. She handed me a tray. "Time for dinner," she said, her voice gentle, like she was talking to a child. I looked at the tray. It was covered with a clean white lid, so innocent. My hand shook as I reached for it, a tremor starting deep inside me. I lifted the lid. It was a stew. It looked familiar. Too familiar. It was thick, dark, and smelled heavy, the same rich, meaty smell that had haunted my every waking moment. And floating right on top, nestled in the broth, was Jerome's tooth. Small, white, and unmistakable. It looked like it was smiling at me, a silent, knowing grin. My hand froze. my heart stopped. The clean hospital room, the gentle nurse, the soft beeping of the machines. It all faded away. All I saw was the tooth. All I smelled was the stew. My breath hitched, caught in my throat. I looked up at the nurse, my eyes wide and wild. Her kind face, no, it wasn't kind anymore. It was still soft, but her eyes, they held something else. A quiet understanding, a deep old knowing. "Jerome?" I whispered, my voice barely a sound. Is this from Jerome?" She didn't say anything. No, not a word. She just smiled. It was the same smile Jerome had given me, the one that was like a cut on his face. A thin, sharp line that didn't reach her eyes. Then she leaned in close, just like Jerome had. Her voice was a whisper, soft as falling snow, but colder than any stone in that prison. "Walbridge," she breathed, "is a very old town, and it has always been hungry." My blood ran cold again, colder than before. Walbridge, not Venture. Walbridge. The town I woke up in. The town that found me. The town that was now feeding me. I looked around the room, really looked. The machines were still beeping, but now they sounded like a slow, steady pulse. The kind eyes of the other nurses. No, they weren't kind. They were watching. Always watching. The hospital wasn't a place of healing. No, not for me. It was just another cage. A cleaner one, a softer one, but a cage all the same. They had found me, brought me here, not to save me, but to prepare me. My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. The bus driver's whisper, "God forgive you." The empty cabins in the fog, the warden's words, "The town will be fed." It all clicked into place, a terrible, perfect picture. This wasn't just a prison on a hill, it was a farm. And the town, Walbridge, no, it wasn't just a town. It was the mouth, the hungry mouth that fed on judgment. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight, like I had swallowed a stone. I tried to push the tray away, but my hands wouldn't move. They felt heavy, stuck to the table. The nurse, she gently placed her hand on mine. Her skin was warm, but her touch felt like ice. "You were judged," she whispered, her smile widening just a tiny bit. "And you were found. Suitable." She picked up a spoon, a clean, shiny spoon, and dipped it into the stew. The tooth bobbed gently in the dark broth. She lifted the spoon to my lips. "Justice must feed justice," she said, her voice now clear, no longer a whisper, but a calm, firm statement. "And you, dear one, have a great hunger for it. No, don't you?" I tasted the stew. It was heavy, rich, and deeply familiar. The taste of old metal and raw meat, but also something else. Something that tasted like regret, and fear, and my own dark past. My eyes met hers, and in their depths, I saw it. Not just her reflection, but a flicker of something ancient, something that had been watching, waiting for centuries. A hunger that never died. I felt a strange calm settle over me then, a terrible, chilling peace. There was no escape. No, not from this. My own choices, my own judgments had led me right here. I had played God, and now I was the offering. The cycle would continue, the town would be fed, and I, the judge, would become the judged, the meat. I swallowed. The stew went down, warm and heavy, and I knew, no, I truly knew, this was not the end. This was just the beginning of my new purpose. My name is Owen Riles. I'm 38 years old, a man who has spent more nights under stars than ceilings. As a professional mountaineer, gear tester, and field instructor based out of Durango, Colorado, I've made a living dancing with nature's extremes. Jagged peaks, biting winds, and blinding snow squalls are more familiar to me than office cubicles or water cooler conversations. When people ask why I risk my life scaling mountains, I usually shrug and say something about the view. But the truth runs deeper. There's this moment, right before dawn breaks across a summit ridge, when the world below is still draped in darkness, and the sky begins to bleed from black to purple. In that silence, that perfect stillness, I feel something close to what religious folks might call transcendence. It's addictive. At home, I have a life many would envy. My wife Claire is the strongest woman I know. She walks through the doors of Mercy Hospital each day as a pediatric trauma nurse, facing down the kinds of emergencies that would make most people crumble. She saves children for a living, while I climb rocks for mine. Sometimes I wonder who's really the brave one. Then there's Ava, our 6-year-old daughter with wild blonde curls and her mother's determination. She's obsessed with pink carabiners and counts gummy worms by color before eating them. Every time I return from an expedition, she demands to try on my gear. She straps my oversized crampons over her tiny sneakers and makes me tie her to the porch railing so she can rappel down 2 feet to the lawn. "Just like Daddy climbs," she says, beaming up at me with those big brown eyes that somehow make the most dangerous places I've been seem boring by comparison. Living in Durango means the mountains are always calling. They stand like sentinels at the edge of town, promising adventure and testing anyone who dares to challenge them. Most days they're just part of the view from our kitchen window. But sometimes, especially after what happened at Granite Peak, I catch myself watching them warily, as if they're watching back. This past February, I embarked on what was meant to be a straightforward winter ascent, a 4-day alpine expedition to Granite Peak, Montana's highest point, rising 12,807 feet above sea level. Winter ascents are different beasts altogether. The mountain transforms under snow and ice, becoming both more beautiful and more deadly. Roots disappear. Crevasses hide beneath innocent-looking snow bridges. Avalanches wait for the smallest trigger. My team for this climb was solid. We had Callum Ridge, 44, with a salt and pepper beard and hands like weathered leather. Ex-Navy search and rescue, he spoke in short sentences and always carried extra medical supplies. Callum had pulled climbers off mountains in 3 continents and could stitch a wound closed with dental floss if needed. He was our medic, our voice of reason, our safety net. Javi Morales was 29, with energy that seemed to bubble from some internal spring that never ran dry. A high-altitude photographer whose work had graced magazines worldwide, Javi saw the mountain through his lens in ways the rest of us couldn't comprehend. Always smiling, always filming, he moved with the agility of a mountain goat, even while laden with camera equipment. "For the documentary," he would say whenever we questioned why he needed to film us eating freeze-dried meals or melting snow for water. Kenzie Tran, 34, had the sharpest mind for route planning I'd ever encountered. She could look at a topo map and see pathways the rest of us might miss, reading the mountain's terrain like a book written just for her. 5'4" and built like a gymnast, Kenzie was tough as steel cables. She'd summited Everest twice and shrugged it off like it was a hike in the local park. When Kenzie spoke about climbing, everyone listened. The Danvers siblings rounded out our team. Nick, 26, and Rhea, 24, were young and hungry for their American Mountain Guides Association Alpine certification. They'd grown up climbing in the Tetons with parents who shared their passion. Now they were looking to make their own marks in the climbing world. Nick had an easy laugh and a spreadsheet for everything. Rhea was quieter, more methodical, with a steely focus that reminded me of myself at her age. 6 of us in total. 7, if you count Javi's camera drone, which we all cursed for its incessant buzzing whenever he sent it up to capture aerial footage. "Next time, leave the flying blender at home," Callum had growled after it almost crashed into him during our first equipment check. We prepped meticulously for Granite Peak, going through our gear lists with obsessive attention to detail. Ice axes checked for sharpness, avalanche beacons tested, crampons adjusted, fixed lines inspected, snow pickets, pythons, carabiners, harnesses, mountaineering tents, sleeping bags rated for -30. Everything was scrutinized twice. When you're miles from civilization in sub-zero temperatures, overlooking a single piece of equipment can mean the difference between life and death. Weather models showed a clear 3-day window, a rare gift in February when Montana's mountains are typically battered by storms. Our plan was to base camp near Avalanche Lake, summit via the technical North Ridge, and return via the saddle before the next weather system moved in. The expedition was planned as a winter skills refresher for the Danvers siblings and a chance for Javi to capture dramatic footage for a climbing magazine feature. What we didn't plan for was what waited for us on that mountain. What no climber ever plans for, because it exists outside the realm of what we're trained to expect. The drive from Durango to the Montana trailhead took 16 hours. We passed the time sharing stories of past climbs, near misses, and summit triumphs. Callum told us about a rescue in Alaska where he'd spent 3 days in a snow cave with an injured climber, keeping him alive until weather cleared for evacuation. Kenzie described the time she'd turned back just 300 feet from a summit because her instincts warned her something wasn't right. An hour later, the route she would have taken was obliterated by an avalanche. We arrived at the trailhead just before sunset. The temperature hovered around 12 degrees Fahrenheit, and our breath formed clouds that lingered before dissolving into the fading light. Mountains have a way of making you feel small, and Granite Peak loomed ahead like a giant, sleeping beneath its winter blanket. We checked our gear one final time, shouldered our heavy packs, and began the approach. The first day was pure slog, breaking trail through knee-deep snow, navigating around fallen trees, and carefully crossing frozen streams. By nightfall, we'd established our first camp in a sheltered grove of pines near the base of the mountain. After setting up tents and melting snow for water, we huddled around our camp stoves, spooning hot food into our mouths and talking about tomorrow's route. That first night, the wind carried strange sounds, not the usual whipping gusts that mountain climbers become accustomed to. This was something deeper, a low-frequency groan that seemed to pulse through the ground beneath our sleeping pads. It was muffled by the thick snowpack, but unmistakably there, rising and falling like slow, heavy breathing. Javi, ever curious, emerged from his tent to record the sound. "Maybe it's deep ice movement," he suggested, adjusting his microphone settings. "Glaciers can make weird noises when they shift." Kenzie listened with her eyes closed, head tilted slightly. "No," she said finally. "It sounds like breath." We all laughed nervously at that, attributing her comment to the strange acoustics of mountains at night. But none of us slept well. I kept waking, convinced I felt something moving past our camp. Each time I peered out, there was nothing but moonlight on undisturbed snow. Yet the feeling of being observed persisted, an uncomfortable prickling at the back of my neck that no amount of logical explanation could soothe. Morning brought clear skies and renewed confidence. We packed up and began our ascent in earnest, working our way above the tree line where the landscape transformed into a stark palette of white, gray, and blue. The climbing became more technical, requiring ice axes and careful footwork. We moved as a team, checking each other's anchors and calling encouragement as we navigated tricky sections. By the second night, we'd established our high camp at 10,200 feet, with the summit now tantalizingly visible. The temperature had dropped to well below zero, and we dug platforms in the snow for our tents, building walls to shield them from the relentless wind. After securing our shelter and preparing a meager dinner of rehydrated pasta, we gathered for a route planning session for the following day's summit push. That's when Nick saw it. He stood suddenly, pointing across a ridge perhaps 200 yards out. "Something moved over there," he said, voice tight. "Big, really big, and fast." We all turned, squinting into the gathering darkness. The ridge was empty, pristine snow glowing faintly in the last light. "Could be snow blindness," Callum suggested practically. "Or maybe a moose." "Since when do moose climb above tree line in winter?" Kenzie murmured, but she didn't push the point. Rhea volunteered to check it out, and before anyone could stop her, she'd strapped on her headlamp and was crunching through the snow toward the ridge. She returned 20 minutes later, her face pale beneath her frost-covered balaclava. "There are tracks," she said quietly, removing her gloves to warm her hands against a stove. "But they're not moose." Early the next morning, we ventured to the spot as a group. The tracks were partially filled with fresh snow, but clear enough to send a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. They were barefoot, 4 toes, each print the size of a large frying pan, and they came from nowhere, crossed the ridge, and disappeared over the other side into a steep couloir. "This is a joke, right?" Nick laughed, but his voice cracked. "Callum, did you sneak out here last night and make these?" Callum was kneeling beside one of the prints, measuring it against his ice axe. He didn't answer, but the tight line of his mouth told me he was as unsettled as the rest of us. Javi started documenting everything, filming the tracks, taking measurements, collecting snow samples from inside and outside the prints. His earlier excitement had taken on a nervous edge. "Dude, if this is a new apex species," he joked, but his laugh was hollow. "We're gonna be on Rogan, maybe National Geographic. Hell, we might get our own Netflix special." Kenzie remained silent, staring at the tracks with a frown etched between her brows. When she finally spoke, her voice was flat. "We should turn back." Her words hung in the thin air. Turn back, the night before a summit push we'd trained months for. No one wanted to be the first to agree, though I could see the doubt in their eyes. "Let's not overreact," I said finally, feeling the weight of leadership. "They're just tracks. Probably a bear with deformed paws." Even as I said it, I knew how ridiculous it sounded. Bears hibernate in winter, and no bear I'd ever encountered left tracks like these. In the end, summit fever won out. We agreed to proceed as planned, with an early alpine start for our push to the top. But that night in our tents, the strange groaning sound returned, louder than before. It seemed to be moving around our camp, circling slowly. Nick suggested we take watches in pairs, and no one objected. The third morning dawned clear but brutally cold, with temperatures hovering around 20 below zero. We layered up, strapped on crampons, checked our ice axes and harnesses, and set out for the summit push. The snow sparkled like diamond dust, and the sky burned a deep, impossible blue. Despite our unease, the beauty of the mountain worked its magic, pulling us higher. We'd been climbing for about 2 hours when Kenzie, who was breaking trail at the front, suddenly disappeared. One moment she was there, the next she had dropped out of sight with a startled cry. We rushed forward, expecting to find a hidden crevasse, but instead discovered her on her knees, frantically digging in the snow. "I tripped on something," she said breathlessly. "Something hard." That something turned out to be a hand, human, blackened by frostbite, frozen solid in a grotesque claw-like position. We uncovered most of the body together, working in stunned silence. It was the remains of a man, half-eaten, bones splintered unnaturally as if they'd been cracked open to extract the marrow. He was dressed in outdated climbing gear, his frostbitten harness still attached. There was no identification, just a manufacturer's tag on his shredded parka. McGreevy. Nick turned away and vomited into the snow. Rhea stood motionless, her face blank with shock. Callum pulled out his satellite phone, trying to get a signal to call for emergency assistance, but the screen remained obstinately dark. "How long has he been here?" Javi whispered, filming the grim discovery. "Based on the gear, decades," Kenzie replied, her voice clinical, detached. "The cold preserved him." Something about the body felt wrong beyond the obvious horror, the way it had been placed, almost deliberately exposed in our path. The unnatural angles of the limbs, the missing portions that suggested not scavenging, but consumption. We debated turning back. The rational choice would have been to descend immediately, to report our discovery. But we were less than 2 hours from the summit, and some toxic combination of ego, adrenaline, and misplaced courage pushed us forward. We marked the location on our GPS, covered the remains with snow out of respect, and continued upward. The summit of Granite Peak in winter is a place of austere beauty. Wind-sculpted snow formations create an alien landscape. The view stretches for 100 miles in every direction, neighboring peaks like islands in a vast white sea. We reached it just after noon, exhausted but triumphant, taking the requisite summit photos and sharing brief hugs before beginning our descent. No one wanted to linger as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, earlier than the forecast had predicted. We made it back to high camp just as the light began to fade, the temperature dropping rapidly with the sun. After a quick meal, we retreated to our tents. The wind picked up, howling around our shelters like a living thing. Inside my tent with Callum and Javi, I tried to sleep, but found myself listening to the sounds outside, trying to distinguish between normal mountain noises and something else. That night, it came. The tent shook violently just after 1 a.m., not from wind, but from something striking it from outside. Rhea screamed from the neighboring tent, her voice cutting through the storm like a knife. We scrambled out with headlamps and ice axes drawn, forming a tight circle with our backs to each other. The beam of my headlamp cut through swirling snow, illuminating nothing but whiteness. The wind carried away our shouts to Rhea. The snow around our camp was wrong, flattened in massive circular patterns, as if something enormous had knelt around our tents, peering in. The impressions were fresh, already filling with blowing snow, and Rhea was missing. Her tent had been torn open from the side, her sleeping bag still inside but empty. We searched frantically in the dark, calling her name until our voices grew hoarse. The storm intensified, reducing visibility to mere feet, but we pushed on, knowing that every minute decreased her chances of survival in such brutal conditions. 30 minutes later, Javi found her. She was curled up against a boulder about 50 yards from camp, partially covered by drifting snow. Her eyes were open but unseeing, her lips blue from cold. She didn't respond when Javi shook her, but she was breathing. We carried her back to camp, working desperately to warm her. Callum cut away her frozen outer layers, wrapped her in emergency blankets, and began treating her for severe frostbite and hypothermia. After what seemed like hours, her eyes focused, and she began to shake uncontrollably. "Something picked me up," she whispered finally, her voice raw and cracked. "It held me. I think it smelled me. Then it put me down." No one knew how to respond to that. We huddled in Callum's tent, the largest of our shelters, 5 people pressed together for warmth and comfort while the storm raged outside. Rhea drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes muttering about cold breath and eyes that reflected no light. And that's when the avalanche came. It announced itself with a sound like distant thunder that grew quickly to a deafening roar. Snow poured down the slope above our camp in great churning waves, gaining mass and momentum with every second. We could feel it through the ground, a vibration that shook the very mountain. We screamed. We prayed. We held on to each other and waited for the inevitable impact that would sweep us away and bury us under tons of snow and ice. But it never hit. Instead, we heard something else. Something rising above even the terrible noise of the avalanche. A deep, guttural, inhuman scream, a sound of such primal rage it seemed to split the air itself. It was challenging the mountain, challenging the avalanche, challenging winter itself. The ground shook more violently, and then nothing. The roar of the avalanche faded. The screaming stopped. The only sound left was our ragged breathing and the softer hiss of falling snow against the tent. None of us slept. We sat in tense silence, jumping at every sound, waiting for dawn with a desperation I'd never felt on a mountain before. Morning light revealed the impossible. A 40-foot-wide snow barrier had been carved along the ridge above our camp. Like a massive plow had pushed the snow aside, creating a protective wall that had redirected the avalanche around our tents. The slope behind it was gone, obliterated. The path of destruction curved around our small camp like water around a stone, leaving us in an untouched island amid chaos. We would have been pulverized, all of us. No question. Kenzie stood at the edge of the barrier, tears freezing on her cheeks as she surveyed what should have been our tomb. Nick sat in the snow, head in his hands, rocking slightly. Callum moved methodically through our supplies, packing for immediate descent. Javi filmed everything, his camera shaking visibly as he documented the snow barrier, the avalanche's path, our shell-shocked faces. "Something made this," he kept saying. "Something made this to save us." I stood apart from the others, ice axe clenched in my fist, scanning the pristine slopes above us. The storm had passed, leaving a world scrubbed clean and silent. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were still being watched, that something was still out there, observing our reactions to its handiwork. We abandoned most of our gear and began our descent immediately. No one argued or complained about the extra weight they carried or the equipment left behind. Rhea could barely walk, so Nick and Callum supported her between them. We moved as fast as safety allowed, desperate to put distance between ourselves and whatever presence haunted the upper mountain. The descent was a blur of adrenaline and fear. We reached the tree line by nightfall, making camp in a dense stand of pines where the massive trunks offered some psychological comfort. No one mentioned the tracks, the body, or the avalanche barrier. We ate in silence, each lost in private attempts to rationalize what couldn't be rationalized. That night, I heard the groaning sound once more, fainter now, coming from the direction of the peak. It sounded almost mournful, like a goodbye. We made it back to the trailhead the following day, just as a search and rescue team was gearing up to look for us. The storm had delayed our return by a day, and Claire had called the authorities when she couldn't reach me on the satellite phone. I hugged the team leader, a man I'd trained with years earlier, but found myself unable to explain what had happened up there. Weather turned bad, I said simply. We had to wait it out. He looked at our faces, at Rhea being helped into a medical vehicle, at our minimal gear, and knew there was more to the story. But he didn't push. Back in Durango a week later, I tried to explain to Claire. I showed her the drone footage Javi had captured, the photos of the tracks, the audio files of that unearthly roar. She listened without interrupting, her nurse's eyes cataloging the lingering trauma in my own. When I finished, she asked quietly, "You think a creature saved you?" I didn't answer, because I wasn't sure what I believed. The rational part of my brain sought explanations involving wind patterns, snow dynamics, coincidence. But another part, a deeper part, knew what I'd experienced couldn't be explained away so easily. Then I got the email, 3 weeks after our return, when the nightmares had started to fade and life had begun to resume its normal rhythm. From unknown sender x@redacted.com. Subject, McGreevy. The message was brief. You saw what he saw. You lived because you were meant to. He didn't. Attached was an old scan of a handwritten expedition log. The paper was yellowed, the handwriting cramped but legible. McGreevy, it turned out, was Thomas McGreevy, a climber who had attempted Granite Peak in winter of 1984. He and his partner had never returned. His last entry sent ice through my veins. January 18th, 1984, Camp 2, Bennings is gone. Took him in the night. I heard him scream once. Found prints larger than any animal should leave. Not bear, not human. Something is watching us from the ridgeline. I think it's deciding. The thing that watches the ridge, it decides who lives and who dies. I don't think it will choose me. I traced the email back as far as I could, but it led nowhere. I considered contacting the others from our expedition, but we'd all retreated into silence after our return. Some experiences create bonds, others create walls. This had done both. Javi never released his documentary. Callum took a position teaching wilderness medicine in Arizona, far from the mountains. Kenzie still climbs, but has switched to rock faces in desert environments. Nick and Rhea left the guiding world entirely. He's in finance now. She's studying marine biology. As for me, I haven't gone back to Granite Peak. Haven't gone above tree line anywhere, if I'm being honest. I still work as a gear tester and instructor, but I keep my courses to the foothills, to places where the horizon is cluttered with trees rather than exposed ridges. Claire doesn't push me to explain what happened up there, but sometimes I catch her watching me with concern when I freeze at certain sounds, the groan of house timbers settling in the night, the wind moving through pine branches in a particular way. Ava still begs for climbing stories before bed. I've edited my repertoire, focusing on tales of beautiful views and wildlife encounters, rather than the true challenges and dangers of the mountains. She's too young to understand that some things in this world exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear, that sometimes the line between predator and protector is as thin as the edge of an ice axe. But sometimes, when Ava sleeps and Claire works the night shift, I find myself on our back deck, staring at the mountains west of town. The moonlight catches their snow-capped peaks, turning them silver against the black sky, and in that play of light and shadow, I swear I see a shape moving along the distant ridgelines, watching, waiting. I could tell myself it's a trick of light, a fragment of trauma manifesting in visual form. But I know better now. Is it a ghost? A beast? An ancient guardian forged by the wilderness itself? I don't have answers. All I know is that we owe our lives to it, that in some unfathomable calculation, it deemed us worthy of saving while others, like poor McGreevy, it did not. Last week, I found Ava in my office, looking through my expedition photos. She stopped at an image Javi had captured accidentally, a blurred shape on a distant ridge, probably just snow being whipped by wind. But in the right light, with the right imagination, it looked like something standing upright, something watching. "Who's that, Daddy?" she asked innocently. I hesitated, then said, "That's the mountain's guardian, sweetie." She studied the image with the seriousness only a 6-year-old can muster. Is it a good monster or a bad monster? Such a simple question with such a complicated answer. I thought about McGreevy's frozen remains, about Rhea being carried away and returned, about the avalanche that should have killed us but didn't. "I think," I said carefully, "it depends on whether you respect the mountain." She nodded as if this made perfect sense, and maybe to a child it did. The world is still full of magic and mystery when you're 6. It's only adults who need everything categorized, explained, reduced to scientific principles. Now, as spring thaws the snow and climbers begin planning their summer expeditions, I find myself checking the weather reports for Montana, looking at maps of Granite Peak. Not because I plan to return, I don't, but because I feel a strange connection to that place now, a responsibility to watch from afar. Sometimes I wonder if others have encountered it over the years, if there are more stories out there, more expeditions marked by inexplicable events, more people chosen to live, more deemed unworthy. I've started a journal, recording everything I can remember about our time on the mountain, the sounds, the tracks, the avalanche barrier. Someday perhaps I'll share it, or perhaps I'll seal it away, a warning for future generations to heed or ignore as they choose. All I know for certain is that the mountains are not empty, that in the most remote, inhospitable reaches of our world, where humans dare to test themselves against nature's extremes, we are not alone. We are watched, we are judged, and very occasionally, we are saved. It watches still. I feel it even now, a presence that stretches across miles, that finds me even in the safety of civilization. Not threatening, not exactly, more like a reminder, a connection I never asked for but cannot sever. When darkness falls and the house grows quiet, I sometimes whisper a thank you to the empty air, for Callum, for Javi, for Kenzie, for the Danvers siblings, for myself, for the chance to return to Claire and Ava. After all, how do you begin to repay a debt to something not meant to exist? You live. You remember. You respect the wild places, and you never ever take the mountains for granted again. You know, I never believed in curses until I met Nathaniel Dyer. That was back in late October when the leaves were burning red and gold, crackling under your feet like broken bones. The air had that sharp bite that crawls under your skin and makes you pull your jacket tight like something cold and hungry was breathing down your neck. I'm James Cross, been working as a spiritual healer for 30 years now, and I've seen some strange things that would make most folks pack up and move to the city. But nothing like what happened to the Dyer family. My little house sits at the edge of Darbron, tucked away behind a wall of pine trees that whisper secrets when the wind blows through them. The place looks ordinary enough. White paint peeling in spots, a front porch that creaks when you step on it, windows that catch the light just right at sunset. But folks don't find it unless they're supposed to. I don't advertise what I do. Don't have a sign out front or a listing in the phone book. People just show up when they need to, when something dark is chasing them and they've run out of places to hide. That's how Nathaniel came to me. On a Thursday evening when the sun was dying behind the trees and the shadows were getting long and strange, I was in my kitchen, grinding herbs for a protection charm, when I heard the knock. Soft but desperate, like someone was afraid of what might answer. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps. The sound sent a chill down my spine, because I'd heard that pattern before, in stories that didn't end well. I opened the door and saw him standing there on my porch. Nathaniel Dyer was a good-looking man, maybe 35, dressed nice in a dark wool coat and pressed pants that probably cost more than most folks made in a month. But his eyes... Jesus. His eyes looked like they'd seen the bottom of hell and couldn't forget what was down there. They were the color of storm clouds, all gray and swirling, with dark circles underneath like bruises, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. Not from cold, from fear so deep it had gotten into his bones. "Mr. Cross," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I heard you might be able to help me. I'm in trouble. Bad trouble." I invited him in, led him to the sitting room where I keep a fire going most nights. The room's got a warm feeling to it. Soft yellow light from the lamps, shelves lined with old books, and jars full of dried herbs, a big stone fireplace that's been crackling away for probably 100 years. I made him tea with chamomile and lavender, herbs I grow out back in my garden, the kind that calm the spirit and quiet the mind. He sat in my old leather chair by the fireplace, holding that warm cup in his trembling hands, staring into the flames like they might give him answers. For a long time, he didn't say anything, just sat there and shook, watching the fire dance and pop. I could see the fear rolling off him in waves, thick and dark like smoke. Whatever was hunting him, it was close. Close enough that he could feel its breath on his neck. "It started with my uncle," he finally said, his voice cracking like dry wood. "Uncle Matthias. He was the toughest man I ever knew. Fought in Vietnam, came back with shrapnel in his leg and scars across his back, but never complained about it. Even at 73, he could still split wood for hours, swing that axe like he was 20 again." Nathaniel took a shaky sip of tea, and I watched his hands tremble around the cup. Then something changed. Middle of August, he started talking about knocking. Said someone was tapping on his bedroom window every night around 3 in the morning, always the same pattern, like Morse code or something. He'd describe it in detail, how it started soft, then got louder, how it sounded like fingernails on glass. The fire crackled and hissed, sending sparks up the chimney, and I noticed how Nathaniel flinched at every sound. We thought maybe it was branches hitting the glass. You know how trees get in the wind. But Uncle Matthias, he went out there with a chainsaw and cut down every tree within 50 feet of that window, trimmed back every bush, every vine, left nothing but bare ground, still heard the knocking, every night, same time, same pattern. I leaned forward in my chair. What else? Then he started hearing whispers, someone calling his name through the glass, real soft and drawn out, like whoever was saying it had all the time in the world. He'd get up and look out the window, but nothing there, just darkness staring back at him. Nathaniel's voice dropped to almost nothing. He started losing weight, stopped eating my aunt's cooking, and she made the best pot roast in 3 counties, spent his days just sitting in that old brown recliner, the one with the worn arms and the springs that squeaked when you moved. He'd rock back and forth, muttering to himself, words we couldn't understand. His eyes got this wild look, like a deer caught in headlights. I poured him more tea, adding extra honey. Sometimes sugar helps with shock, gives the body something to hold on to. My Aunt Sarah, she was going out of her mind. Called doctors, called the preacher, called anyone who'd listen. They all said the same thing. Stress, maybe early dementia. Nothing they could do but wait and see. But we knew it wasn't that. Uncle Matthias was sharp as a tack his whole life. This was something else. What happened to him? Nathaniel's eyes filled with tears that caught the firelight like broken glass. One morning in September, we found him dead. Still in that chair, mouth hanging open like he was screaming. Eyes wide as dinner plates, staring at something none of us could see. Pupils so big they looked black. The expression on his face. God, I'll never forget it. Pure terror, like he'd seen something so horrible it stopped his heart. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. The doctor said natural causes, heart failure, but Uncle Matthias looked terrified, even in death. His fingers were dug into the arms of that chair so deep he left gouges in the wood. And the room felt wrong. Cold as winter, even though it was still warm outside, like something had sucked all the life out of it. I stood up and lit a white candle, placing it on the small wooden table between us. The flame danced and flickered, casting moving shadows on the walls that looked almost alive. That should have been the end of it, Nathaniel continued, watching the candle flame like it might tell him secrets. We buried him in the family plot behind the old farmhouse at Magpids, had a nice service. The whole town came out. Uncle Matthias was well liked, fought for his country, never caused trouble for anyone. But then my father started acting strange. Your father? Malcolm Dyer. He was Uncle Matthias's younger brother by 5 years. Strong man, broad shoulders, hands like ham hocks from working construction most of his life. Ran our family business, owned half the commercial property in town. After the funeral, he came home and did something nobody expected. Nathaniel set down his cup and rubbed his temples like his head was splitting. He covered every mirror in the house with bed sheets. Every single one. The bathroom mirrors, the hallway mirror, even my mother's antique vanity that she'd inherited from her grandmother. Thick white sheets pinned up with thumbtacks so you couldn't see even a sliver of reflection. Did he say why? When my mother asked, he just said he didn't like looking at himself anymore. Said mirrors made him uncomfortable. Then he covered the windows too. Thick blankets, beach towels, anything he could find. Turned our beautiful house into a cave. My mother was going crazy, stumbling around in the dark all day, bumping into furniture. The candle flame flickered again, and I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck like invisible fingers. It got worse fast. Dad started losing weight, just like Uncle Matthias. His clothes hung loose on his frame. His face got gaunt and hollow, stopped sleeping too. I'd find him at 2 a.m, pacing the hallway with a baseball bat, checking every corner, every closet. When I asked what he was looking for, he'd just shake his head and say, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." But he never said what he saw. Not at first, but one night I caught him whispering to himself in the kitchen. I snuck down the stairs, trying not to make the floorboards creak, and listened. He was standing by the sink, talking to the window above it, the one he'd covered with a thick black garbage bag. Nathaniel's voice dropped to a whisper. He said, "I see you. I know you're there. Stop following me. I didn't do anything to you." I looked around the kitchen, nobody else there, just Dad talking to empty air, or maybe not so empty. A chill ran down my spine like ice water. I'd heard stories like this before. They never ended well. What else did he say? He kept apologizing. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry my family hurt you, but I wasn't there. I wasn't even born yet." Over and over, like he was pleading with someone. When he saw me standing there, he went white as a sheet. Told me to go back to bed and forget what I heard. But you didn't forget. How could I? The next week, it got worse. Dad started talking about seeing things in reflective surfaces. Even with all the mirrors covered, he'd catch glimpses in the chrome on the refrigerator, in the black screen of the TV when it was turned off. He'd jump back like he'd been burned and start muttering prayers under his breath. Nathaniel picked up his tea again, but his hands were shaking so bad he could barely hold it. Then one night he lost it completely. It was around midnight when we heard him screaming from his bedroom. Not yelling, screaming, like someone was tearing him apart. By the time my mother and I got the door open, he was on the floor, clawing at the walls. His fingernails were bleeding, leaving red streaks on the white paint. He was gasping and choking like someone had their hands around his throat, but nobody was there. "What did you do?" We tried to hold him down, tried to calm him, but he was fighting something we couldn't see. His eyes were rolled back in his head, showing mostly white, foam at the corners of his mouth. He kept saying, "Get away from me! I won't go with you." Then he'd claw at the air like he was trying to fight off invisible hands. Tears were streaming down Nathaniel's face now. We called an ambulance, but by the time they arrived, Dad was gone. Just like Uncle Matthias, eyes wide open, mouth frozen in a scream. No marks on him. No reason for him to die. The paramedics said it looked like he'd been frightened to death. Literally scared to death. I felt the weight of old sins pressing down on the room like a heavy blanket. "Nathaniel," I said carefully, "tell me about your family's history. Specifically, tell me about magpids." His face went pale as old bones, and I saw his hands start shaking harder. "How do you know about magpids? Just tell me." He took a deep breath like a man about to dive into dark water. "Magpids is our family land. Been in the Dyer name for almost 100 years. 3,000 acres of the prettiest farmland you ever saw, plus a working mill down by the creek. My great-grandfather, Silas Dyer, bought it from a man named Thaddeus Crane back in the 1920s. At least, that's the official story in the deed records. What's the real story? Silas wanted that land bad. It had the best soil in the county, black dirt so rich you could grow anything in it. Plus the mill was making good money, grinding grain for all the farms around. But Thaddeus wouldn't sell. His family had worked that land for generations, said it was in his blood. Nathaniel's voice dropped to almost a whisper. So Silas, he got creative. There was a fire at his own grain mill one night in late summer. Big fire, flames shooting up into the sky like orange fingers. Destroyed half the building, cost him thousands of dollars, but Silas claimed he saw someone running away from the flames, said it was Thaddeus Crane, setting fire to the mill out of jealousy. Was it true? Hell no. Thaddeus was home with his pregnant wife that night. Had witnesses, neighbors who'd stopped by for dinner and stayed late. But Silas had money and influence. The sheriff was his cousin. The judge owed him favors from way back, and people wanted to believe the rich man over the poor farmer. I felt a cold weight settling in my stomach like a stone. They convicted Thaddeus of arson anyway. No real evidence, just Silas's word and some circumstantial nonsense about how Thaddeus had been angry about losing crops to drought. Sentenced him to 5 years in prison, but the real punishment was losing everything else. What do you mean? They took his land to pay for damages. His reputation was ruined. His pregnant wife, Mary, she couldn't handle the stress. Lost the baby in her 7th month, a little girl. They'd already picked out a name, Sarah, after Thaddeus's mother. The candle flame flickered wildly, and I felt something cold and angry stirring in the shadows around us. Thaddeus was a proud man, came from good stock, worked hard his whole life, never asked anyone for help, but losing his land, his child, his wife's health, it broke something inside him. The night before he was supposed to report to prison, he wrote a letter to Silas. I've seen it. My father showed it to me once, when I was old enough to understand. What did it say? Nathaniel closed his eyes like he was reading from memory. Silas Dyer, you have stolen my life and murdered my unborn child with your lies. You have taken bread from my table and hope from my heart. I call upon the darkness to witness my words. Your bloodline will pay for this crime. Every generation will suffer as I have suffered. Death will follow your name like a shadow until justice is served and the debt is paid in full. Then he signed it with his own blood, cut his thumb with a knife, and let it drip onto the paper. The room seemed to grow colder, and I pulled my sweater tighter around my shoulders. That same night, Thaddeus walked out to his barn. The barn where he'd stored grain and hay, where he'd milked cows and fixed equipment, where he'd taught his nephew to ride horses. He threw a rope over the main beam and hanged himself. They found him the next morning, swaying in the wind, his face purple and his eyes bulging. And Mary? She lost her mind, started talking to herself, claiming she could see Thaddeus walking around the property. The neighbors tried to help, but she wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, just sat by the window, waiting for her dead husband to come home. She lasted 2 weeks before her heart gave out. Died of a broken heart, the doctor said. And Silas? Got the land cheap at auction, bulldozed Thaddeus's house, and built a new farmhouse right where it used to stand, like he was marking his territory. Lived there for 30 years, fat and happy, counting his money and expanding his empire. Died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 78. So the curse didn't affect him? No. That's the thing about blood curses. They're patient. They let the guilty one live, let him think he got away with it, let him enjoy the fruits of his crimes. Then they come for the children, and the children's children. They wait until the bloodline has spread, until there's a whole family to punish. I felt the pieces clicking together like bones in a graveyard. Your grandfather? William Dyer, Silas's only son, died in a car accident when he was 45. Drove his Buick straight into an oak tree on a clear sunny day. No reason for it, no ice on the road, no mechanical problems. Just suddenly swerved off the highway and hit that tree going 60 miles an hour. And before the accident, my grandmother said he'd been acting strange for weeks. Talking to himself, covering mirrors, jumping at shadows. Sound familiar? She thought it was stress from work. He'd inherited Silas's businesses and was trying to expand them. But now I know better. Your father and uncle, you know how they died. Uncle Matthias in his chair, staring at something that scared him to death. Dad on the floor, fighting invisible hands. And now? Nathaniel looked up at me with haunted eyes. Now it's happening to me. Tell me everything. It started 2 weeks ago. I was brushing my teeth before bed, just going through my normal routine. The bathroom was bright, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I was looking at myself in the mirror, thinking about getting a haircut, when I saw something that made my blood freeze. He paused, swallowing hard. There was someone else in the reflection. Not my reflection. Someone else. A man with pale skin like old parchment and sunken eyes like holes burned in paper. He was standing right behind me, close enough that I should have felt his breath on my neck. But when I spun around, nothing there. Just my empty bathroom. What did you do? I looked back at the mirror, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. Stress, you know? Grief from losing Dad. But he was still there, smiling this terrible, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. His mouth was moving like he was trying to say something, but no sound came out. Nathaniel's whole body was shaking now, like a leaf in a hurricane. I smashed that mirror with my fist, cut my hand pretty bad, blood everywhere. But I didn't care. I couldn't stand looking at that thing anymore. The next day, I saw him again, in my car's rearview mirror while I was driving to work, in the black screen of my phone when I turned it off, in puddles on the street after it rained. Always the same man? Always. Pale and thin, wearing clothes that looked old-fashioned. Sometimes he'd be standing, sometimes sitting, but always watching, always smiling that horrible smile. And his eyes, God, his eyes were so sad, like he was carrying all the pain in the world. I reached across the table and placed my hand over his. Then the knocking started. Every night at 3 a.m., just like Uncle Matthias described. Even when I stay in hotels, even on the 10th floor of a downtown high-rise. The sound comes through the windows, through the walls, like it's following me wherever I go. What else? Whispers. My name, over and over. Nathaniel, Nathaniel. In this voice that sounds like wind through a graveyard. Sometimes I hear other things too. You're next. Time to pay. Justice waits for no one. And lately, his voice cracked completely. Lately, I hear a little girl crying, soft and heartbroken, like she's lost and can't find her way home. I think it's Sarah, the baby that died. Thaddeus and Mary's daughter who never got to be born. I stared into the candle flame, watching it dance and flicker like a living thing. Nathaniel, this is a blood curse, one of the most powerful I've ever encountered. Thaddeus Crane called upon forces beyond our world to seek justice for what your great-grandfather did. The curse follows your bloodline, collecting payment from each generation until the debt is satisfied. But I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't even born when Silas hurt that man. Hell, my grandfather wasn't even born yet. Curses don't care about innocence. They only care about blood. Silas's blood runs in your veins, and that's enough. You inherited his wealth, his property, his name. In the eyes of the curse, you inherited his debts too. Can you stop it? I looked into his desperate eyes and wished I had better news. Maybe, but it would require acknowledging the truth, public confession of what Silas did, returning the land to Thaddeus's descendants if any survive, making amends however possible, and even then? The curse has taken 3 lives already. It's strong, fed by decades of anger and injustice. It might not be satisfied with anything less than complete payment. Complete payment? The end of the dire bloodline. Nathaniel sat in silence for a long time, wrestling with choices that had been made long before he was born. I watched him struggle, saw the exact moment when something changed in his eyes. What if, he said slowly, what if I deserve it? What if my family's debt needs to be paid? What if 3 generations of blood money is enough? I looked into his eyes and saw something that chilled me more than any ghost story. I saw acceptance, resignation, the look of a man who'd already made his choice. Nathaniel, don't give up. There's always hope. Always another way. We could try a cleansing ritual, protective wards, maybe even contact Thaddeus's spirit directly and negotiate. But he was already standing, already reaching for his coat. The expensive wool looked strange on him now, like he was wearing someone else's clothes. Thank you, Mr. Cross. You've helped me understand what I need to do. For the first time in weeks, I feel peaceful, like I finally know how this story ends. He walked to the door, and I followed him, trying to think of something to say that might change his mind. If anyone asks, he said, turning back one last time, tell them the truth. Tell them the Dyer family finally paid its debts. I tried to stop him, tried to call him back, but he was gone, swallowed by the October darkness like it had been waiting for him. 4 days later, I read about it in the county paper, a small article buried on page 3. Local man found dead in family barn. The details were sparse, matter of fact. Nathaniel Dyer, age 35, discovered deceased on family property known as Magpids. No signs of foul play. Cause of death undetermined pending autopsy results. But I knew better. I knew exactly what had happened in that barn. I drove out to Magpids that afternoon, past the no trespassing signs and the rusted iron gate that hung crooked on its hinges. The road was overgrown with weeds and potholes, like it hadn't been maintained in years. The old farmhouse sat empty at the end of the drive, windows boarded up with plywood, paint peeling like diseased skin. Vines had grown up the sides, pulling at the shutters and eaves. Behind the house, the barn where they'd found Nathaniel. It was old but sturdy, built from hand-hewn timbers that had weathered 100 seasons. The doors stood open, creaking in the wind. I didn't go inside, didn't need to. I could feel the weight of finished business pressing down on that place like a heavy stone. The curse had taken its final payment. The books were balanced. As I stood there in the fading daylight, listening to the wind moan through the empty buildings, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Soft at first, then growing clearer. The sound of someone crying. Not the desperate sobs of grief, but the quiet weeping of relief, of justice finally served after nearly a century of waiting. I looked around but saw no one. Just the wind moving through the bare trees and the long shadows of evening creeping across the overgrown fields. But somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint echo of footsteps walking away. Light steps, like a woman in soft shoes, and mixed with them, the heavier tread of a man. And between them, the quick patter of small feet. A child, maybe. A little girl who'd finally found her way home. That night, back in my own house, I lit another white candle and said a prayer for Nathaniel Dyer, not because he was innocent, but because he'd chosen to end a cycle of suffering that had lasted 3 generations. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is accept the consequences of sins you didn't commit. Sometimes you have to be the one who says, it stops here, with me. The next morning, I opened my paper to find another article. Magpids property donated to County Historical Society. The Dyer estate, having no living heirs, had left detailed instructions for the land to be given away. All of it. Every acre that Silas had stolen nearly a century ago. A small memorial would be built there, the article said, in honor of Thaddeus and Mary Crane and their unborn daughter Sarah. Finally, after all these years, their names would be remembered. Their story would be told. The truth would come to light. I smiled as I read those words, feeling something tight in my chest finally loosen. Sometimes justice takes time. Sometimes it takes generations. But it always finds a way. And in Magpids, where the wind still whispers through the trees and shadows dance in the corners of abandoned buildings, there's peace now. The kind of peace that comes when old wounds finally heal, when the dead can finally rest. But I still light a candle every October on the anniversary of Nathaniel's death. Not for the curse, or the ghost, or the tragedy that started it all. I light it for the choice he made, the choice to end suffering instead of passing it on. Because that's what real courage looks like. That's what redemption means. Sometimes you have to pay for sins that aren't your own. Sometimes you have to be the one who breaks the chain. And sometimes That's the only way the dead can finally forgive the living. My name is Cliff Marner, and I need to tell you what happened to me. I'm 28 years old, or at least I think I am. I work at this place called Iden Ridge Biomedical Institute up in Portland. It's a big white building where they do brain research stuff. My job is pretty boring, to be honest. I sit at a computer all day looking at brain waves and data from these experiments they do on people. They call it cognitive enhancement trials, which sounds fancy, but really I just stare at squiggly lines on screens and make sure the numbers add up right. I always liked how clean everything was there. White walls everywhere. Bright fluorescent lights that never flickered. Everything had its place, you know? Predictable. Safe. The kind of place where nothing weird ever happens. Until the blood started showing up. It began small. Just a little smear on the hallway floor one Tuesday morning. Dark red, almost brown, about the size of a quarter. I figured someone had a nosebleed or cut their finger. Happens all the time in labs, right? So I grabbed some paper towels and cleaned it up myself. But then I saw more the next day. Little drops near my workstation. A stain under my keyboard that looked fresh and wet. I asked my coworkers about it, but they just gave me weird looks. Nobody else saw anything. That should have been my first clue something was wrong. The blood kept appearing. More and more each day. I'd walk into the break room and there'd be streaks across the white tiles. I'd open my locker and find drops on my jacket. Red handprints on the bathroom mirror that nobody else could see. I started carrying cleaning supplies with me everywhere. Bleach wipes, paper towels, spray bottles. I must have looked crazy, constantly wiping down surfaces that looked perfectly clean to everyone else. But I could see it. I could smell it too. That metallic iron smell that gets in your nose and won't leave. The worst part was when I opened the break room fridge one morning. I just wanted to put my lunch inside, you know? But when I pulled the door open, blood was everywhere. Pooling on the shelves, dripping from the wire racks, coating the walls inside like someone had painted them red. I screamed and jumped back. My coworkers came running, asking what was wrong. I pointed at the fridge, stammering about all the blood. They looked inside and saw nothing. Just normal food and drinks. Clean white shelves. "Cliff, are you okay?" asked Jenny from accounting. She had this worried look on her face like I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. That's when I knew I needed help. I called my girlfriend Gina and told her what was happening. She drove over right away and took me home early. Sweet girl Gina. We'd been together for 2 years. She had long brown hair and these green eyes that always made me feel better when I was stressed. But even at home, the blood followed me. It dripped from the bathroom faucet when I brushed my teeth. It ran down the windows when it rained. I'd find it on my pillow in the morning, wet and warm like it was fresh. Gina couldn't see any of it. She thought I was having some kind of breakdown from work stress. Maybe she was right. The brain research stuff can get pretty intense sometimes, all those experiments on people's minds, all that data about how thoughts work. Maybe it was getting to me. I stopped eating. Every time I looked at food, all I could see was blood. A burger looked raw and bleeding. Tomato soup made me gag. I threw up at dinner one night when Gina made spaghetti with red sauce. She started crying, begging me to see a doctor. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw veins pulsing under my eyelids like little rivers. I could hear a heartbeat that wasn't mine, slow and heavy like a drum in my chest. The blood would seep through the walls of our bedroom, forming pools on the carpet that squished under my feet when I walked. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, and Gina would hold me until the shaking stopped. But she couldn't see what I saw. She couldn't smell what I smelled, the iron and rot that filled every breath I took. Going outside became a nightmare. I'd drive through downtown Portland and see the sidewalks slick with crimson. The traffic lights looked like they were weeping red tears. Store windows reflected not the street but rivers of blood flowing past like some horrible flood. And the people. God, the people were the worst part. When they talked to me, blood poured from their mouths with every word. It leaked from their eyes like tears and dripped from their ears in slow, steady streams. I couldn't have normal conversations anymore. I'd see a coworker trying to tell me about their weekend, but all I could focus on was the blood running down their chin. I stopped going to work. Then I stopped leaving the apartment at all. Gina said I screamed at a barista one day and ran out of the coffee shop, but I don't remember that. Everything was becoming a blur of red and fear. That's when Gina made me see Dr. Holden. He was this older psychiatrist with a private practice on the nice side of town. Calm voice, gray beard, the kind of guy who probably charged $200 an hour. His office smelled like leather and lavender, and the walls were covered with fancy degrees and certificates. The weird thing was, there was no blood in his office. Not at first, anyway. For the first time in weeks, I could sit somewhere without seeing red stains everywhere. It felt like stepping into a different world. Dr. Holden asked me to tell him everything, so I did. I told him about the blood at work, at home, in my dreams. I told him about the smell and the sounds, and how nobody else could see what I was seeing. He listened without judgment, taking notes in this little leather notebook. He didn't look at me like I was crazy. He just nodded and asked questions that actually made sense. "Cliff," he said during our third session, "what if your mind isn't breaking down? What if it's remembering something?" I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "Remembering what? I've never seen anything like this before in my life." "Memory is a strange thing," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Sometimes trauma gets buried so deep that our conscious mind forgets it completely. But the body remembers. The blood remembers." The way he said that last part made my skin crawl, like he knew something I didn't. We kept meeting twice a week for about a month. I told him about my dreams, about the woman with the slit throat who sat at the foot of my bed and stared at me with empty eye sockets. I told him about the voices I heard whispering in languages I didn't understand, about how I'd started seeing my own reflection bleeding in mirrors. Dr. Holden just kept taking notes and asking his careful questions. Where did I grow up? What was my earliest memory? Did I have any family? Any scars I couldn't explain? The truth was, I couldn't remember much about my childhood. It all seemed fuzzy, like looking through frosted glass. I told him my parents died in a car accident when I was 18, that I'd been on my own ever since. But when he asked for details, I couldn't give him any. No funeral memories, no hospital visits, no last conversations. Just this vague sense that they were gone. "That's not unusual for trauma survivors," he assured me. "The mind protects itself by forgetting." But during our 7th session, something changed. Dr. Holden seemed different, more serious. He kept checking his watch and seemed distracted. Finally, he set down his notebook and looked me straight in the eyes. "Cliff, I think it's time I showed you something. Something that might help you understand what's happening to you." He said we needed to take a drive, a long drive, out of the city. I was nervous, but I trusted him. He was the only person who'd listened to me, who'd taken my problems seriously. Gina was getting scared of me, I could tell. She'd started sleeping in the guest room. We drove for almost 2 hours, heading east through farmland and forests I didn't recognize. Dr. Holden didn't talk much during the drive. He just played classical music on the radio and hummed along softly. Finally, we pulled up to this huge metal gate with signs all over it. Authorized personnel only, and federal property, and stuff like that. Dr. Holden showed some kind of ID card to the guard, and the gates opened with a loud mechanical whine. The building beyond was massive, all concrete and glass, sitting in the middle of nowhere like some kind of fortress. As we got closer, something weird happened in my chest, like a muscle memory I couldn't place. My hands started shaking, and I didn't know why. "Where are we?" I asked. "Somewhere you've been before," Dr. Holden said quietly. He led me through a series of doors that required key cards and fingerprint scanners. The hallways were sterile white, just like at Iden Ridge, but somehow different. Colder, more clinical. The air tasted like disinfectant and something else I couldn't identify. We walked for what felt like forever, through corridor after corridor. My heart was beating faster with every step. I kept expecting to see blood on the walls, but everything was perfectly clean. Too clean, maybe. Finally, we stopped at a door with a small window in it. Dr. Holden gestured for me to look through the glass. Inside was a plain white room with a single chair in the center. A man sat in the chair, rocking back and forth slightly. He had dark hair and was about my age, wearing a simple gray jumpsuit. But it was his face that made my knees give out. It was my face. Not similar, not like a brother or cousin, identical, same nose, same jawline, same scar on the left eyebrow from when I fell off my bike as a kid, except his eyes were different, empty, lost, like nobody was home behind them. The other me kept rocking and moving his mouth like he was talking, but no sound came through the glass. His hands moved in patterns I didn't understand, tracing shapes in the air over and over again. "That's Subject Thorn," Dr. Holden said behind me. His voice had changed. No more warmth, no more therapist bedside manner. Cold and clinical now. Designation C12, cortical split subject. We implanted false memory threads in his brain 6 years ago as part of our experimental program. I turned around to stare at him, my whole body shaking. "What are you talking about? Who is that? Why does he look like me?" Dr. Holden smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile anymore. "You're asking the wrong questions, Cliff. The real question is, who are you?" The world started spinning. I grabbed the wall to keep from falling down. "I'm Cliff Marner. I work at Iden Ridge. I live with my girlfriend Gina. You know all this." "No," he said, pulling out a tablet and scrolling through some kind of file. "Your subject C13, experimental series. The blood hallucinations were phase 4 of our neural stress testing protocol. Congratulations, it worked perfectly." I couldn't breathe. The hallway felt like it was closing in on me. "That's impossible. I have memories. I have a life. I have a job." "All implanted," Dr. Holden said matter-of-factly. "Artificial memory constructs designed to create a stable psychological foundation. Gina isn't real, Cliff. She's a programmed personality we inserted into your consciousness. So am I, technically. So is your job, your apartment, most of your life story." He tapped on the glass, and the other me inside looked up. For just a second, our eyes met through the window. That's when he started screaming. No sound came through, but I could see his mouth open wide, his face twisted in absolute terror. Blood began pouring from his eyes, running down his cheeks like tears. It flowed from his nose, his ears, pooling in his lap and dripping onto the white floor. And suddenly, I remembered. Not everything, just flashes, fragments, like a movie playing in fast forward with half the scenes missing. Needles going into my arms, bright lights above an operating table, people in white coats standing over me, their faces hidden behind surgical masks. A room with no windows and no clocks where they kept me for days or weeks or months. I remembered the girl. Not Gina. Someone else. Someone real. She had blonde hair and blue eyes and a laugh that made everything better. She told me she loved me right before they wheeled her away on a gurney. I never saw her again, but sometimes I heard her screaming from the rooms down the hall. They had numbers for us, not names. I was C13. She was B7. We weren't people to them. We were experiments, test subjects, things to be studied and modified and eventually discarded when they were done with us. The blood wasn't a hallucination. It was a memory trying to break through the barriers they'd built in my mind. The blood of all the people who died in this place. The blood they'd spilled in the name of science. The blood that had poured from my own body when they cut into my brain and rewired my thoughts. I remembered dying. Actually dying. Flatlining on their table when something went wrong with one of their procedures. But they brought me back. Pumped my heart, shocked my brain, stitched my consciousness back together with fake memories and digital echoes. They gave me a new identity, a new life, a new purpose. They made me think I was someone else, living somewhere else, working somewhere else. But the real me was still in there, buried under layers of artificial thoughts and programmed emotions. The blood remembers because blood doesn't lie. It carries memory in ways the conscious mind can't touch. It holds trauma and truth and pain that no amount of psychological conditioning can erase. "How many of us are there?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Dr. Holden checked his tablet again. 17 active subjects currently. You're one of our most successful cases. You maintained stable psychological integration for almost 3 years before the breakthrough symptoms started manifesting. I looked back through the window at the other me. He'd stopped screaming, but blood still ran from his eyes. He was staring right at me now, and I could see recognition there. He knew what I was figuring out. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now we reset you," Dr. Holden said simply. "Wipe the corrupted memories, install a fresh personality matrix, start the cycle over. Don't worry, you won't remember any of this. You'll be someone new, with a different name and different dreams and different fears. No, I said, backing away from him. No, I won't let you do that again. But Dr. Holden just pressed a button on his tablet. I heard footsteps in the hallway behind me. Security guards probably, or doctors, or whoever they sent to collect broken experiments like me. I ran. Down the sterile white corridors, through doors I shouldn't have been able to open, past rooms full of people who looked just as lost and empty as the other me. Some of them called out as I passed, reaching through the small windows in their doors with hands that shook like mine. I could hear them following me, but I knew these hallways now. Not from my fake memories, but from my real ones. The ones written in blood and pain and buried so deep they'd taken 3 years to surface. I found the exit, the same door we'd come through. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely work the handle, but somehow it opened. Fresh air hit my face like a slap. Dr. Holden's car was still in the parking lot, keys in the ignition. I guess he thought I was too broken to run, too controlled by their programming to fight back. He was wrong. I drove back to Portland as fast as I could, my mind racing with fragments of memory that felt more real than anything I'd experienced in the past 3 years. The apartment I shared with Gina was exactly as I'd left it, but now I could see it for what it really was. A stage set, a prop in their elaborate psychological theater. Gina was there when I walked in, sitting on the couch watching TV. She looked up and smiled that perfect smile I'd fallen in love with. But now I could see the artificial intelligence behind her eyes, the programmed responses that made her seem so real. "How was your session with Dr. Holden?" she asked. I didn't answer. I just stared at her, trying to see past the illusion they'd built. Was there any part of her that was real? Or was she just code and electrons, a digital ghost designed to keep me stable? "Cliff, are you okay? You look pale." The blood was back, seeping through the walls, pooling on the carpet, dripping from the ceiling. But this time I understood what it meant. It wasn't a breakdown or a psychotic episode. It was truth. It was memory. It was my real self trying to break free from their cage. "I remember," I told her. For just a second, her expression glitched, like a video that skips a frame. Then she was back to normal, concerned and loving and completely fake. "Remember what, honey? You're scaring me." I could hear cars outside. They were coming for me. Dr. Holden and his team, ready to drag me back to their facility and stuff my head full of new lies, ready to make me forget again. But the blood remembers. And so do I. I'm writing this down because someone needs to know what happened. Someone needs to know about the place beyond the metal gates, about the experiments they do on people's minds, about the artificial lives they build to cover up their crimes. My name isn't really Cliff Marner. I don't know what my real name was. They took that from me along with everything else, but I know I was loved once, by someone real. I know I died for their science and came back wrong. I know there are others like me walking around with fake memories and digital souls, never knowing they're prisoners in their own minds. The blood remembers even when everything else is taken away. It carries the truth in ways they can't control or erase or reprogram. It remembers who we really were, who we loved, how we died. They're at the door now. I can hear them talking in their calm, clinical voices about containment and memory wipes and experimental protocols. In a few minutes, I'll be gone. Not dead, but something worse. Erased, replaced with another fake person living another fake life. But maybe that person will start seeing blood too someday. Maybe the truth will fight its way to the surface again. Maybe the blood will remember even when nothing else does. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough. The blood remembers. It always remembers. It remembers for all of us. My name is Rowan Mercier. I'm 36 years old, and I work with trees. My job is a research assistant in Vancouver. I check on how healthy the trees are, and I look at how the forest is changing. Then I write reports, and I do it all over again. Science is about facts, you know, not old stories. I never cared much for those small-town legends. Not until I heard about Gaulmond. My life before Gaulmond was simple, predictable. I woke up each morning to the city's gentle hum, the distant sound of traffic. My apartment was neat, full of books about botany and ecology. I liked the quiet order of my days. I'd head out to the big forests near the city, where the air smelled clean and crisp. I'd check on the trees looking for bugs or sickness. I'd measure their growth, their height, the span of their branches. I'd write down everything I saw in my waterproof notebook. It was a good job, quiet and clean. I felt useful, like I was helping to understand the world. I liked the order of it, the way science explained everything. There was a reason for every change, every dying leaf. No mysteries, no spooky tales, just numbers and facts. I thought that was how the whole world worked. I believed in what I could see, what I could measure, what I could prove. Then came the letter. It was old-fashioned, written by hand, and addressed to my department. It wasn't typed, no. It was real ink on thick, slightly yellowed paper. It felt strange just to hold it. It was from a woman named Emelina Smith. She said something strange, something that didn't fit with my ordered world. She wrote that whole groups of trees were dying very fast. Overnight, she said, in a place called the Glasskirch Peaks. That part really got my attention. Trees don't just die like that, not healthy ones anyway, not in a single night. It sounded impossible. What made it even stranger was the village she mentioned, Gulmund. My university's maps didn't show it. No modern maps did, no, not any of the ones I checked. It was like it didn't exist. But I'm good at finding things. It's part of my job. I spent hours on my computer, digging through old files. I looked at maps from long ago, maps that were almost falling apart. Finally, I found it. It was just a tiny dot on a very old, faded map. A bunch of small houses and dirt paths, way up high in the mountains. It looked like a forgotten wound on the land, like something the world had tried to hide, a secret place. I felt a pull, a strange kind of curiosity. It wasn't just about the trees anymore. It was about this hidden place, this mystery. My boss, Professor Albright, just shrugged. Probably some local superstition, Rowan, he said, or a new blight we haven't seen yet. He told me to go check it out, just in case. Getting there was a journey, a real long one. It started with my old truck, rattling over paved roads that quickly turned to gravel. Then the gravel turned to dirt, and the dirt faded into faint tracks. It took me 2 full days to reach Gulmund. I drove as far as I could, then I had to walk. The paths were rough, steep, and winding. The air got colder and thinner the higher I went. The silence grew around me. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of a city park. This was a heavy quiet, a quiet that felt like it was listening, like the mountains themselves were holding their breath. I rode a mule for a while, a grumpy old thing that seemed to know these trails better than any human. Its hooves clacked softly on the stones, the only sound for miles. When the snow got too deep, I had to put on snowshoes. Every step was hard work. My legs ached, my breath plumed in the cold air. But I kept pushing, 1 foot in front of the other. I saw no other travelers, no signs of life, really. Just endless trees, dark and tall, and the growing feeling that I was going somewhere I shouldn't be, somewhere forgotten. When I finally got there, the village just appeared, like a trick of the light. No big sign, no welcoming committee, just a cluster of old, dark cabins huddled together. The first thing I noticed was the smell, the thick, strong smell of pine trees, and a metal smell too, like old, wet wood, or maybe something else, something I couldn't quite place. There was also this strange hush. It covered the whole place, like a blanket of fresh snow. It felt heavy on my shoulders. No one came out to say hello. The houses looked empty, even if I knew people lived there. Smoke curled from a few chimneys, but no doors opened. No faces peered from windows. It was like they were all hiding, or waiting. I went to the only place that looked like it could be a lodge. It was a small building. Just 4 rooms, I think. The wood was dark with age. The porch creaked under my boots. The wallpaper inside was ancient. It was peeling in places, showing older layers underneath. The air was stale. The quiet inside was even worse than outside. It pushed in on you. It made your ears feel funny, like they were trying to hear something that wasn't there, a faint hum maybe, or a whisper just out of reach. It was unsettling. The woman at the front desk was Emelina. She was thin, with long pale hair pulled back in a braid. She looked surprised to see me, like I was a ghost or someone from a dream. Her eyes were light green, almost clear, like glass. They were very pale. She never really looked at me straight. Her gaze always slid away. It made me feel uneasy, like she was hiding something important. "You're the tree man," she said. Her voice was soft, like rustling leaves. She didn't ask who I was. She just knew. It made me wonder how. "The trees here don't die," she said that first night. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. We were in the small, dusty dining room. I was the only guest. "They give up." She said they bent to her. It sounded like a riddle. I didn't get it at all. I tried to ask more questions. Who was her? What did she mean? But Emelina just shook her head. I thought she meant the bad weather, or maybe some kind of tree sickness that I hadn't heard of yet. My mind, the scientific part of it, tried to find a normal answer. I was wrong about that. Very wrong. I spent the next 2 days trying to find a normal explanation. I took samples of soil. I looked at the tree bark under my magnifying glass. Everything seemed fine, too fine. The forest was too quiet. No birds sang, no squirrels chattered, not even the buzz of an insect. It was like all the animals had left, or had never been there at all. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. The first real sign came on my 3rd morning there. I decided to hike deep into the woods. I wanted to put in some sensors. They would check the tree roots. I needed to see what was really going on. I walked for hours, deeper and deeper. The air grew colder, even though the sun was out. The trees grew thicker, their branches reaching up like bony fingers. Then I saw the trees themselves. They were all bent and twisted, like they were in pain. It looked like they had pulled back from something in the ground. Their trunks were not straight, no. They were corkscrewed. Their bark patterns looked like faces. Not just a little bit, like when you see shapes in clouds. No, these were clear, like mouths screaming, frozen in the middle of a loud cry. It was unsettling. It made my stomach churn. I tried to tell myself it was just how trees grow sometimes, just weird shapes made by nature. My scientific brain fought hard to find a normal explanation. Until I saw the blood. A dark smear of it. It was fresh, right there on one of the tree trunks. It wasn't tree sap, no. It was too red for that. And it felt warm when I touched it. A sticky, warm feeling that made me pull my hand back fast. My heart started to pound. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. I looked around, my eyes darting from tree to tree. The screaming faces seemed to watch me. I followed the blood. It was a thin trail leading deeper into the woods. My heart was pounding now. It led to a pile of stones. They had strange drawings on them, and they were black with ash, like a fire had been there. Right in the middle of the stones there was a small girl's shoe. It was old and worn, half sunk in the snow, a tiny, muddy shoe. It was too much. A child's shoe. The blood. The screaming trees. It all hit me at once. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't about sick trees. This was something terrible, something ancient and dark. I felt a primal urge to flee, to run as fast as I could. I ran back to the lodge. My breath came in ragged gasps. My mind screamed at me to leave. I wanted to get out of Gulmont right then. That night I started packing my bag. I threw my things into it. I just wanted to escape, to forget everything I had seen, to go back to my quiet, ordered life. But then, there was a soft knock on my door. It was Emelina. She held an old book. It was made of leather and looked very old, very worn. The cover was cracked. The pages seemed to hum with age. She didn't say a word. She just held it out to me. Her pale eyes met mine for a second. There was a deep sadness in them. Then she turned and walked away. The book felt heavy in my hands, like it held a great secret, a burden. I sat on my bed, my hands still shaking. The dim light from the window barely enough to read. The journal felt old and crumbly in my hands. The pages were thin and dry. The writing inside was faint. It was the diary of a woman named Abigail Meyer. The date on it was 1864. So long ago, more than 150 years. I started to read. Abigail wrote about how much she loved the mountain, how it was her home. Her words were full of warmth and kindness at first. She wrote about the herbs she gathered. She wrote about helping the sick, about the children she played with. Her words painted a picture of a gentle, caring soul. Then the tone changed. It became darker. She wrote about how the people who started the town had betrayed her, how they had turned on her, how their fear had twisted them, and about the fire. The words blurred on the page as I read. They had burned her alive. They thought she was a witch. But she had helped so many people. She had made half their sick people well again. She had healed them with herbs and old knowledge. And they repaid her with fire, a terrible, cruel death. Her last words in the journal were chilling. They sent a cold shiver down my spine. I could almost hear her voice full of pain and anger. It was a promise. No, a curse. A vow from beyond the grave. I will not rest, it said, not while they sing hymns over my ashes. Let their children feed the earth that choked me. Let them taste the forgetting. Let them feed me. The words felt alive. They pulsed with a dark energy. It was a vow, a terrible, ancient vow. It meant she would never truly be gone. Not as long as the people who wronged her or their families still lived. The hunger was real. It was written right there. A hunger for justice, for balance, for the pain they caused. My orderly world shattered. This was not science. This was something else entirely. The villagers called it the offering. They had a strange custom, passed down through the years. Every year they gave something to the tree roots. It could be blood, or a memory, something precious. Sometimes it was even a life, a human life. My stomach twisted at the thought. The girl's shoe, the blood. It all made a terrible, sickening sense now. They truly believed this kept Abigail sleeping. They thought it kept her from waking up fully, from taking more, from unleashing her full wrath upon them. It was a desperate bargain, but the journal made it clear. The hunger had grown. It wanted more. The offerings weren't enough. It wanted the children of those who had wronged her. It wanted justice for what they did, for the pain they caused, and it remembered every family line that had not cried for her. Every single one. It remembered the names. My blood ran cold when I read that part. A terrible thought started to form in my mind, a chilling realization. My family name, Mercier. It was a well-known name in the logging industry, a name tied to these mountains. They didn't ask me to join their circle. Of course not. I was an outsider, a stranger, but I had to see. I had to know. So I followed them anyway. I couldn't stop myself. It was like a magnet pulling me, a terrible, dark magnet. I crept through the shadowy forest. The air was heavy with a strange energy. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds. They were deep in the forest, in a clearing I hadn't seen before, a circle of old, gnarled trees. They were chanting strange words. Their voices were low and mournful, a low hum that vibrated through the ground, and they were bleeding into the snow, cutting their hands, letting the dark red drops fall onto the white. It was a horrifying sight, a ritual from a time long past. I felt sick to my stomach. Emelina saw me there. Her eyes, pale as they were, found mine in the dim light. She didn't shout. She didn't make a sound to warn the others. She only whispered. "You should have stayed away," she said. Her voice was full of sorrow. "She remembers your name." My heart stopped. It was like a punch to the gut. The name she remembered. My name. Mercier. It couldn't be. My great-grandfather, Henri Mercier, was a rich man. He owned a lot of timber. He had paid for the first houses in this town. He was one of the founders, one of the people who built this place. His name was in Abigail's last words. Henri lit the match. That's what it said. He was there. He was part of it. He was the one who helped burn her. The realization hit me like a physical blow. My family, my bloodline, connected to this horror. I wasn't here for my job anymore. I wasn't here for research. I was called here. I was summoned by the hunger, by Abigail. My scientific mind crumbled. There was no escaping this truth. The facts I believed in, the order I trusted, it all fell apart. This was real, and it was waiting for me. Over the next few days, I stopped sleeping. My mind wouldn't let me rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, Abigail, her face twisted in pain and anger, her eyes burning with a cold fire. I started seeing Abigail everywhere, in the water's reflection in the lodge basin. Her face would ripple and form in the murky depths, in the twisted shapes of the trees outside my window. Their branches would seem to reach for me, their bark forming grimacing faces, even in the faces of the villagers when they passed by. Their eyes held a knowing sadness. She was always there, watching, waiting. The villagers stopped talking to me completely. They looked through me, like I wasn't even there. Their faces were blank. No, not a single emotion. They just avoided my gaze. I was alone. The silence of the lodge became a heavy weight. Every creak of the old wood sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind, a sigh. I felt watched, hunted. I tried to leave. I really did. I packed my bag again. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely tie the straps. I went to the stable, but my mule was dead, just lying there, still. Its eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. A thin line of blood trailed from its mouth. It was like the forest itself was telling me I couldn't go. And my map, the one I had used to find this place, it was soaked in blood. It wasn't my blood, no. It was dark and thick. It was like the forest itself was telling me I couldn't go. I was trapped. The wind carried sounds. Not just the normal wind sounds, rustling leaves or whistling through the pines. These were different. Whispers. They weren't just words. They were pleas, like someone begging for help. Then screams, sharp, piercing screams that echoed through the trees. They sounded like children, and then, chillingly, laughter. A high, cold laugh that made my skin crawl. The forest itself seemed to be alive with these terrible sounds. It was like the trees were talking, or crying, or mocking me. I couldn't tell which was worse. I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to know. I had to understand. I went back to the grove where I saw the twisted trees. The air there felt even colder, even heavier. I started digging. My hands were raw, but I didn't care. The frozen earth was hard, but I kept digging and digging, deeper into the unforgiving ground. I had to find answers, and then I found them. Bones, small bones, children's bones, and bigger ones. Old people's bones. They were all tangled up in the roots of the trees, like the roots had grown around them, sucked dry of everything. No, not a single bit of marrow left. Just hollow shells. It was a graveyard, a terrible, hidden graveyard. The hunger was real. It had been feeding for a long, long time. I dropped to my knees, the cold seeping into my bones. The air felt heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and hungry. This wasn't just folklore. This was real. A deep sadness washed over me. For Abigail, for the children, for all the forgotten ones, and for myself. I was part of this now. My family's past had finally caught up to me. I looked at the twisted trees, their bark like screaming faces. They weren't just trees. They were witnesses. They were keepers of the pain. They were part of the hunger. Emelina came to me one last time. She found me in the grove, sitting among the bones. The sun was setting, casting long, eerie shadows. Her hand was shaking when she took mine. It was cold. She looked so sad. Her eyes were full of pity, a deep, ancient pity. "There's no way out," she said. Her voice was barely a whisper. It was full of resignation. Only balance. She meant that Abigail had to take something, until it was even, until the scales were level, until the debt was paid in full. "That's the hunger," she told me. "That's the pact made long ago, sealed with blood and betrayal, a pact that demanded payment, and it had been waiting for someone like me, someone with the right name." I looked at her, my eyes pleading for an answer, for a way out, for any hope. But her face was grim. There was no hope, only the inevitable. I asked her what would happen when everything was balanced, when Abigail had taken enough, when the debt was finally paid. She gave me a sad smile, a ghost of a smile. It was a smile that held centuries of sorrow. "Then she rests," Emelina said, "until people forget again." It made my blood run cold. It meant it could happen again. The cycle would repeat. The hunger would return if the memory faded, if the guilt was forgotten. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about a deep, unending pain, a wound that never healed. And the only way to soothe it was with balance, with payment, and I was the payment. My great-grandfather's sin, my family's debt. The air around me grew colder, the shadows deepened. I felt a presence, not just the wind, something ancient and vast, something that had waited a very long time. I sit here now, in Abigail's old cabin. It's small and dark. The single window looks out onto the dense, silent forest. The trees outside feel like they are closing in on me. Their branches scrape against the windows like long, bony fingers, tapping, tapping. They seem to be beckoning me, drawing me closer. I don't try to stop them. I hear my name in the wind. It's a soft whisper at first. Then it grows louder. It calls to me. A low hum that vibrates through the wooden walls. It's not just the wind. No, it's her. Her voice. Soft and mournful, then rising, hungry. It fills the small cabin. It fills my head. It's a song of sorrow and ancient rage, a song of hunger. I always smell smoke, even when there's no fire in the hearth. It's a constant smell, like burnt wood and something else, something sweet and sickly, the smell of old, forgotten pain. It clings to everything, to the walls, to my clothes, to my skin. It's the smell of the past, the smell of the burning, the smell of the hunger. I look at my hands. They are turning red. Slowly. From the tips of my fingers, the color spreads. It's not blood, not really. It's like the color of fresh, dark earth, even though there's no wound. No, not a scratch. It's like the blood from the trees, or the guilt of my ancestor, now staining me, claiming me. They say guilt dies with you, that it goes away when you're gone, that it's just a feeling in your head, a burden you carry until your last breath. But I'm starting to think something else, something much darker, something that makes my heart ache with a strange, heavy peace. I think guilt lives on. It survives. It has a life of its own, in the roots of the trees, deep in the dark soil, in the very blood itself. It's not just a feeling, it's a living thing, a hungry thing. It lives in the hunger above the pines, and it's calling my name now. It's getting louder. I can feel it pulling me, drawing me closer, to the earth, to the roots, to the balance. I can feel the cold seeping into my skin. The cabin walls seem to press in. The whispers outside are almost clear words now. They speak of rest, of peace, of a long, long sleep. I close my eyes. The smell of smoke is stronger. The hunger is here, and I am ready. The balance must be met. The debt must be paid, and then, maybe, she will finally rest. I never thought peace would have a sound until I moved to Greylatch. Man, was I wrong about that place. The town barely made it onto maps. Just one winding road, 3 scattered gas lamps, and an old grain mill. Its spine was broken from a storm decades back. I moved there in early spring, renting this old farmhouse. It hadn't been touched since the 70s. The rent was dirt cheap. The land, though, 24 acres of empty pasture and weeds, that's what I really wanted. I needed to get away from everything. I needed quiet. Greylatch delivered that quiet all right. Maybe too much of it. It was so quiet, it almost felt loud sometimes. See? I'd been going through some really tough stuff back in the city. First, I lost my job at the warehouse. It wasn't just any job, no. It was the only thing I had left that felt steady. Then my girlfriend Sarah left me. She went for her personal trainer. That hurt more than losing the job, honestly, like a punch right to the gut. And then my dad passed away that winter. He was all I had left, you know. I couldn't even afford to fly out for the funeral. That was the worst part. Everything just kept piling up on me, like wet snow, heavy and cold. I felt like I was drowning in other people's voices. Car horns, sirens, the whole messy sound of city life. It was too much. My head felt like it was going to burst. Every morning, the noise would just hit me, like a physical blow. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. I'd walk down the street and feel like a ghost. Like nobody could see me. Or maybe, nobody cared. My apartment felt small. The walls felt like they were closing in. I couldn't escape the noise. Even when I put on headphones, I could still hear the city. It was in my head, a constant buzz. I tried to sleep, but my mind would race. All the bad things, all the failures, they just kept playing. So when I saw this farmhouse listing online for $300 a month, I didn't even think twice. It was like a lifeline, a chance to finally breathe, to get away from all of it, to just disappear for a while. I just packed my old truck, threw some clothes and a few boxes in, didn't say goodbye to anyone, just drove. The drive itself was long and quiet. The roads got smaller and smaller, the trees got taller. The city sounds faded behind me, replaced by the hum of my tires and the wind. I watched the miles tick by. Each one felt like a step further away from the mess. Finally, I saw the sign for Greylatch. It was rusty and leaning, just 2 words painted in faded black. It looked forgotten, like the town itself was trying to hide, and that felt good to me. The house had its quirks, sure. A cellar door that wouldn't shut right. No matter how hard you slammed it, it would always spring back open a little, like it was breathing, or watching. There was the rusted skeleton of a tractor too, buried in the eastern field, like some metal dinosaur. It looked like it had been there forever, just slowly sinking into the ground. Wallpaper peeled off the walls inside, like old scabs you wanted to pick at. It was kind of gross. Some of it was flowery, from the 70s, yellow and brown. It was faded and sad, but I actually liked it. All those broken things made me feel like I could fix something for once in my life, something tangible, something I could touch, something that wouldn't leave me. I spent my first month there just working with my hands. It felt good, like I was earning my peace. I repaired the roof where the shingles had blown off. The wind used to whistle through the gaps, stripped the living room down to its bare bones, pulled up the old carpet. It smelled musty, painted it white. A fresh start. The smell of new paint was clean. It felt hopeful. Replaced the sagging porch with fresh pine boards. It creaked less now. It felt solid. The silence out there, it really did soothe something deep inside me, like a warm blanket on a cold night. The only sounds were the crickets, and the wind in the tall grass, and sometimes my own breathing. For the first time in months, I could sleep through the night, without my brain chewing on all my problems. No, not even one bad thought. Just quiet. Deep, peaceful quiet. I'd wake up with the sun. The air was clean. No, not even a hint of city smog. Just fresh country air. It smelled like dirt and pine needles. And sometimes, rain. It was real. I felt lighter, like a heavy weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I even started to hum sometimes, old tunes, songs I hadn't thought about in years. It felt good to hear my own voice again. I spent my days outside, just walking the property, feeling the sun on my face, planning where I'd plant things, imagining a garden, a real garden. I even started to think about getting a dog, a big, friendly dog, to keep me company. The thought made me smile, a real smile, not one I had to force. And then one morning in late May, my shovel hit wood. It was a sound that changed everything. A sharp, unexpected clack. It cut through the quiet, like a knife. I'd been digging to plant this little oak sapling near the northern fence, maybe 20 yards from the house. I wanted something strong to grow there, something that would last, a symbol. The soil was dry and dusty, the kind that gets under your fingernails and stays there for days. It was hard work, but it felt good. My muscles ached, but it was a good ache. I was maybe 2 feet down when I heard it. A loud clack. A hollow echo, like striking the lid of a coffin. It was too deep for a rock, too flat. My heart jumped, a sudden, cold dread. I cleared more dirt away with my hands, brushing it off. My fingers scraped against something flat, like I was uncovering some ancient treasure, but I knew it wasn't treasure. No, it felt wrong. 3 inches beneath the surface, I found it. A square panel of wood, maybe 4 feet by 4. It was dark with age and damp earth, but the shape was too perfect. There were no hinges I could see, no handle, just weather-worn slats, held together by rusted nails. The nails looked ready to crumble, like they might fall apart if you just breathed on them. The wood itself felt strange, smooth in places, rough in others, like it had been touched a lot. The thing felt wrong beneath my hands, too smooth for how old it looked, too recent. For a place that hadn't been lived in for decades, It just didn't fit. It felt out of place. My mind raced. What was it? Why was it here? Who put it here? I tried to push it with my foot. It didn't budge. It was heavy and stuck. I went back to the house, grabbed my crowbar. My hands were shaking a little. I pried it open with my crowbar. The wood groaned, like it was in pain. A long, sad sound, like a dying animal, or an old door that hadn't been opened in 100 years. Below was a short wooden ladder, disappearing into darkness, a room, a hidden space, carved right into the earth. My flashlight beam couldn't reach the bottom. It was too deep. The darkness felt thick, like a blanket. It swallowed the light. It shouldn't have been there. When I rented the place, old Mrs. Henderson owned it. She never mentioned any underground rooms. She'd told me everything else. About the leaky faucet, about the noisy well pump. It wasn't on the property plans I'd seen. Hell, it wasn't on any plans anywhere. It was like it didn't exist, like it was never meant to be found, and I had found it, by accident. I stared down into that black hole for maybe 10 minutes, just listening. For anything. The air coming up from below felt cold against my face. Way too cold for a warm May morning. It smelled like damp earth. And something else. Something I couldn't quite place. Something stale and old. Like a tomb. Something about it made the hair on my arms stand up. Like a chill had just run down my spine. A warning. My gut screamed at me to leave it alone, to just cover it back up. I closed the panel. Slowly. The groan came again. A softer sound this time. Then I went back to the house. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't stop. I sat on the porch, staring out at the field, at the spot where it was hidden. The sun was warm. The birds were singing. But I couldn't feel the peace anymore. I waited a whole day before going down there. I don't know why exactly. Maybe part of me already knew. You know, that whatever was waiting in that room wasn't something good. That some things are buried for a reason. Maybe I was hoping it would just disappear. That it was all a dream. But curiosity got the better of me. It always does. It's a powerful thing. It gnawed at me. A little voice in my head, telling me I had to know. The next evening, the sun was setting. The sky was turning orange and purple. I grabbed my biggest flashlight and my hunting knife, just in case. I told myself I was being smart, being prepared. Really, I was just scared as hell. My hands were sweating. My heart was pounding. I walked slowly to the spot. The wooden panel looked darker now, almost black in the fading light. I pulled it open again. The groan was fainter this time, like it was tired. The ladder groaned under my weight, like it might snap, and dump me into the darkness below. Each rung felt slick, with dampness. My boots slipped a little. Each step down, the air got colder. It was like walking into a freezer. My breath misted in front of me. The cold seeped into my bones, made my teeth chatter. It was an unnatural cold. By the time my boots touched concrete at the bottom, I could see my breath in little puffs. It was freezing down there. The air was heavy, still, like nothing had moved in this room for years. I flicked on the flashlight, swept the beam around. My hand was shaking a little. The light cut through the thick darkness, revealing the walls. It was a room, all right, 10 feet by 10 feet, maybe a little bigger. Not huge, just a simple square. No corners seemed quite right. They felt off. Concrete walls on all sides, smooth and gray, like a bunker, a low ceiling. It made me want to duck, even though I had plenty of headroom. It just felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. No windows, no vents that I could see, no way for air to get in or out. It was sealed, like a tomb or a prison cell. It was completely cut off from the world. The room was completely empty except for one thing, right in the middle. A chair. It sat right in the center of the space. This simple wooden thing. It looked handmade, roughly carved, like someone had made it in a hurry, or with great pain. Nothing fancy about it. Just 4 legs, a seat, and a straight back. But something about seeing it there, it just screamed wrong. It didn't belong. Not in this cold, dark room. It made my stomach turn over, like I'd eaten something rotten. A bad feeling. A feeling of deep, deep dread, like a warning bell ringing in my head. I took a step closer. My boots echoed on the concrete. The sound was loud, and that's when I saw the stains. Dark brown patches, soaked into the concrete floor, around the chair's legs, and spreading out, like a dark flower, the kind of stains that don't come from spilled coffee or paint. No, not even close. They were old and dried, but I knew what they were. My stomach clenched, the kind that come from something else entirely, something awful. I didn't want to think about it. My mind tried to deny it, to tell me it was just rust or dirt, but I knew. There were scratch marks too, hundreds of them, everywhere, carved into the concrete floor, deep grooves, like someone had been dragging their fingernails over and over, gouged into the wooden legs of the chair, splinters torn from the wood, scratched deep into the walls, like someone had been clawing, trying to climb out, with their fingernails. Some were shallow, just surface scratches, like a light touch. Others were deep and angry, like whoever made them had been desperate, panicked, trying to dig their way out, with their bare hands. That thought made me shiver. A cold wave of terror washed over me. I could almost hear the screams. I backed up toward the ladder, my heart hammering against my ribs, like a drum, beating so hard I thought it might burst right out of my chest. And then I heard it. A voice. Not loud. Definitely not human. It was a strange sound. It was like a whisper, but it filled the whole room. It was everywhere. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, like it was seeping out of the walls themselves. The sound shivered through my bones, made my teeth ache, like a bad toothache. It felt like it was inside my head, not just in the air. "You're not the first." The words were cold and ancient. I didn't stick around to hear what came next. No, not even for a second. I scrambled up that ladder, faster than I'd ever moved in my life. My legs burned, my lungs ached. I didn't look back, just climbed, one rung after another, slammed the wooden panel shut. With all my strength, it echoed, piled dirt on top of it, like I was burying a grave. My hands were shaking so bad, I could barely hold the shovel. I just wanted to get away from that place, from that sound, from that voice. I ran back to the house and locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep a minute. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, made me jump. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that the voice was just the wind, blowing through some crack in the concrete, or maybe old pipes settling, trying to make sense of it. But deep down, I knew better. Deep down, I knew I'd heard something that shouldn't exist, something truly evil, something that had been waiting. Over the next few days, things started changing around the farmhouse. Small things at first, then bigger things I couldn't ignore. I began hearing movement beneath the northern field. Slow, deliberate sounds, like someone pacing, back and forth. It usually happened at night, when the air was still and quiet. I'd be lying in bed trying to sleep, and I'd hear it. A heavy, dragging sound, like someone was tired or hurt, like someone was walking in circles down there, right beneath my feet. It drove me crazy. I'd press my ear to the floor, trying to hear it better, trying to understand. But it was always just that rhythmic, endless pacing. It never stopped. The electricity in the house started acting up too. Lights would flicker for no reason. They'd dim, then brighten, then dim again, like the house was breathing. My phone stopped charging. No matter which outlet I tried, it was always dead. I tried the car charger too. No luck. It was like something was sucking the power. The refrigerator began humming this constant low note. It gave me splitting headaches. A deep, vibrating hum. It went right through me, made my teeth ache. Even the old analog clock on the kitchen wall, it started running backward. The hand spun the wrong way, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. It was unsettling, like time itself was broken here, like the past was trying to catch up. The animals knew something was wrong. The birds that used to nest in the trees, near the northern fence, they just disappeared overnight. No, not even one bird was left. The squirrels that used to chatter in the oaks were gone. The rabbits that hopped in the grass. Even the insects seemed to vanish. The air was too quiet, too still. Even the trees themselves seemed to be leaning away from that spot, like they were trying to get as far away as possible. Their branches bent, their leaves rustled with a nervous sound. It was like they were scared too, twisting away from the hidden room, their roots pulling back. Then the dreams started. Every night, the same dream. I'd see him, a man, or something that used to be a man. His skin was stretched too tight over his bones, pale and waxy, like old candle wax. His face was a mask of pain. His eyes were too wet, too wide, like he'd been crying for years. They were full of sadness and something else, something like hunger or a plea. His fingers were curled and twisted, like old tree roots. They looked stiff and painful, like they'd been stuck in that position for a very long time. He was always sitting in that chair, the one in the room, just sitting there, staring at me with those wet, desperate eyes, begging me for something. His gaze was fixed, unblinking. It followed me even in the dream. In the dreams, I could hear him breathing, slow, raspy breaths that echoed off the concrete walls, a wet, gurgling sound, like he was drowning or suffocating. Sometimes he'd try to speak. His mouth would open and close, like a fish out of water. No words would come out, just this awful wheezing sound, a sound of pure suffering. It was a sound that haunted my waking hours too. I couldn't shake it. I started waking up with dirt under my fingernails, even though I hadn't been digging. It was like I was doing it in my sleep. My hands were raw sometimes. My pajamas would be stained with earth, and my boots would be muddy. I'd find myself standing by the northern fence, just staring at the ground. My body felt heavy, like it was fighting itself. My mind wanted to stay away, but something else was pulling me, drawing me closer. After a week of this, I decided I'd had enough. I couldn't take it anymore. My nerves were frayed, my sleep was broken, my peace was gone. I packed my stuff, threw it all in the truck, and tried to leave Greylatch. I didn't care about the rent anymore. I didn't care about fixing the house. I just wanted out. I wanted to be free. But here's the thing. The road out of town, the same road I'd driven in on, it didn't work anymore. It was like a trick. A cruel, impossible trick. I'd drive straight for miles, following the yellow lines, thinking I was getting out. The sun would be high in the sky, the fields would stretch out, but somehow I'd always end up back at the farmhouse, every single time. I'd pass the broken grain mill, then the 3 gas lamps, then there'd be my driveway again, like the road was a loop that just kept bringing me back to the same spot. No matter how fast I drove, no matter how long, it was always the same. I tried different times of day. Morning, noon, night, it didn't matter. The result was always the same. The farmhouse, waiting for me. I tried going in reverse, like that would change anything. It didn't. I even tried cutting across the fields in my truck, bouncing over the weeds. The truck got stuck in the mud once. I had to walk back, covered in dirt. Nothing worked. Greylatch had me trapped, like a bug in a jar, a glass jar, and I was the bug, and the jar was getting smaller. I called my friends back in the city, but none of them picked up. No, not even one. Their phones just rang and rang, or went straight to voicemail. I tried emailing my brother in California, but the messages kept bouncing back, with error codes I'd never seen before, like destination unreachable. It was like the outside world had just stopped existing. For me, I was completely alone, cut off, no signal, no internet, no way to tell anyone what was happening. The worst part was the voice. It got stronger every day, more clear. It wasn't just a whisper anymore, it was a presence, a cold breath. At first I only heard it when I was near the northern field, a faint whisper, but after a week it started following me around. Everywhere I went. I'd hear it in the kitchen while I was making coffee, a cold breath on my neck. I'd hear it in the bathroom while I was brushing my teeth. Right behind me, I'd hear it whispering my name through the bedroom walls at night. Michael. It was always my name, spoken with a strange, ancient sadness. Come back down, it would say. Softly at first, then louder. Come sit with us. It sounded like many voices now, all speaking at once, all calling to me. One night, about 2 weeks after I'd first opened that panel, the voice changed. Instead of commanding me, it started begging. A sad, broken sound. Please, it whispered through the floorboards. Please come back. We're so lonely down here. So cold. The chair misses you. It sounded truly sad, heartbreaking, like a child crying in the dark. It twisted something inside me. That's when I realized the voice wasn't trying to trick me. No, not really. It was desperate. Whatever was down in that room, it needed me for something. And that scared me more than any threat could have. A need like that. A hunger. A deep, aching emptiness that only I could fill. I tried to research the property, but my internet connection kept cutting out. Whenever I searched for information about the farmhouse or Grey Latch, the screen would freeze or go blank or show strange symbols. I drove to the county courthouse, but it was always closed. No matter what time I showed up, the doors were locked, the windows dark, like nobody had been there in years. The librarian in the next town over kept giving me the same dusty books about local history, but none of them mentioned Grey Latch at all. Not a single word. It was like the place didn't officially exist, like it was erased from history, a ghost town, but I was still here, trapped. As the days passed, I started feeling different, weaker, like something was slowly draining out of me, my energy, my life, my very being. I felt like I was fading. I'd wake up exhausted, even after sleeping for 12 hours. My body ached. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked pale and hollow. My eyes were sunken, dark circles under them. My skin was almost gray. I was losing weight, even though I was eating the same amount of food. My clothes hung loose on me. I felt like a ghost, a shadow of my former self. My thoughts felt fuzzy, like I was walking through a dream, all the time. The voice kept getting more desperate, more insistent, a constant hum in my head. It was louder now, like it was right next to me, whispering in my ear. "You don't understand," it would cry through the walls. "The chair was made for you. It's been waiting so long. We've all been waiting. Just come down for a minute. Just sit for a second. That's all we need." It was a plea, a desperate, hungry plea. It promised me peace. It promised me rest. It promised me an end to the suffering. It knew all my weaknesses, all my fears, all my loneliness. 3 weeks after I'd found the room, I started sleepwalking. It was terrifying. I'd go to bed in my pajamas and wake up standing in the northern field, dirt under my feet, my hands raw from digging. The wooden panel would be uncovered, the ladder visible in the moonlight, but I'd always wake up just before climbing down. My body was trying to take me there, even when my mind resisted. It was fighting me. I'd fight myself awake, my heart pounding, covered in sweat. But each night, it got harder to stop. The pull was stronger, the desire to just give in. Last night, I couldn't fight it anymore. The voice didn't just call my name, it sobbed it. It screamed it. It promised me things I'd been wanting my whole life. Peace, rest, an end to all the pain and worry and loneliness. That had been eating me alive. It painted pictures in my mind of a quiet, peaceful sleep, of no more worries. "The room will take it all away," the voice whispered. As I walked barefoot across the field, the grass felt cool under my feet. The moonlight was bright, almost inviting. "All your hurt, all your fear, the chair knows how to fix broken people. It fixed all of us." The words wrapped around me, like a comforting hug, a warm, soft blanket. It felt like the answer, the only answer. I found myself digging with my bare hands, scraping away the dirt. I'd piled on top of the panel, my fingernails broke and bled, but I kept digging. I had to get down there. I had to sit in that chair. The pull was too strong. I couldn't stop myself. My body moved on its own, like I was a puppet, and something else was pulling the strings. When I pried open the wooden panel, warm air rushed up from below, not cold like before, warm and welcoming, like a mother's embrace. It felt so good, so right. The damp, earthy smell was gone, replaced by something sweet, like old flowers. I climbed down the ladder, without hesitation. My feet found each rung easily. It felt like I was coming home, to a place I'd always belonged. The room looked different in the darkness, bigger somehow, more alive. The concrete walls seemed to pulse, like they were alive. breathing in and out, with a slow, steady rhythm, a heartbeat, a deep, ancient heartbeat. The scratch marks were gone, the stains too. The walls were smooth, the chair sat in the center, and it looked comfortable now, inviting, like it had been custom-made just for me, waiting for me. I walked over and sat down. My body felt heavy, but also light, like I was finally letting go of everything, all the burdens. Just for a second, I told myself, just to see what it felt like. The moment my body touched the wooden seat, everything changed. Roots erupted from the floor around my feet, wrapping around my ankles, like living rope. They were warm and wet, and they pulsed with their own heartbeat. They climbed up my legs, gentle at first, then tighter. The chair's arms grew around my wrists, holding me in place, with the gentleness of a lover's touch. They wrapped around my forearms, my elbows, my shoulders. When I tried to stand up, I couldn't move. My legs had become part of the chair. My spine had fused with the backrest. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Because roots had grown down my throat, filling my lungs with earthy dampness, I couldn't breathe. My chest burned, my vision blurred. I was becoming part of it. And then I saw them, the others. They were embedded in the walls all around me, dozens of them, faces like melted wax, their features soft and distorted, like they were crying, but their tears were roots, trailing down their cheeks. Their eyes were still alive though, still aware, blinking slowly, as they watched me join their collection. Their mouths had been stitched shut by thin roots that grew down from the ceiling, like 4 tubes, feeding them, keeping them alive, in this terrible way. I understood then what the voice had been trying to tell me. The room doesn't just keep people prisoner, it grows them, feeds on them, turns them into part of itself, a living, breathing part, a silent, screaming part, forever. I'm writing this with my mind, because my hands don't work anymore. The roots have grown through my fingers, connecting me to all the others who came before. I can feel their thoughts, their memories, their endless hunger, their pain, their regret, their quiet despair. We're not dead down here. No, not even close. We're something worse than dead. We're soil now. Rich, dark soil. That feeds the thing that lives beneath Greylatch, and we're always hungry for more, always waiting for the next one, for the next broken soul. If you're listening to this somehow, if these words made it out of the room and into the world above, then listen carefully. Stay away from Greylatch. Stay away from quiet places that promise peace. They lie. Stay away from empty farmhouses with cheap rent and fields that stretch too far in every direction. Because peace isn't something you find. No, it's not. It's something that finds you. And when it does, it never lets you go. It just holds you. Forever. Welcome to the soil, friend. We've been waiting for you. My name is Alan Dreyer. I was 32 years old when I left Baltimore. It felt more like I ran away, really. The city was too loud, too busy for me. There were always sirens wailing, a constant scream in my ears. My small office was filled to the ceiling with stacks of patient files. Each one felt heavy, like a stone. I still saw the bloodied notes from that last case. A young man, barely out of high school, gone. He was just a kid, really, with big, scared eyes. I remembered his name, Michael. He had come to me for help, for a way out of his dark thoughts. I tried my best. I truly did. But it wasn't enough. He slipped away, like sand through my fingers, and I couldn't stop it. It was my fault, I thought. I failed him. The feeling was too much for me to carry. It clung to me like a wet, heavy blanket. The guilt was a constant ache in my bones. My chest felt tight all the time, like a giant hand was squeezing it. I couldn't breathe right, not really. Each breath felt shallow, not enough air. My lungs burned with a silent fire. I would wake up in the middle of the night, gasping for air. My sheets were soaked with sweat. The city lights outside my window seemed to mock me, shining too bright, too uncaring. Sleep was a stranger, a distant memory. My mind raced, always replaying that last awful day. The phone call from the police, the cold words, the sudden drop in my stomach. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to hold a memory of what I couldn't fix. I was breaking, piece by piece. My hands would shake when I held a pen. My thoughts felt like a tangled mess. I felt like a broken machine, trying to help others when I couldn't even help myself. Then a letter came. It was just typed, plain and simple, with no name on it. It offered a job, a new start, a chance to escape this living nightmare. It said they needed a psychologist in a quiet mountain town. The town was called Wellbrook. It sounded like a dream, a peaceful escape, a place where the noise would finally stop, a place where the sirens wouldn't wail, where the pressure wouldn't crush me. I didn't even think about it for a second. I just said yes. I needed to get away, far from the city, far from the constant reminders, far from my own thoughts. I needed to disappear for a while. I needed to find a quiet corner of the world where I could just breathe again. I packed my car in a hurry, not looking back. The city felt like a monster I was finally escaping. Its tall buildings looked like teeth, ready to chew me up. I drove away as fast as I could. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, not even my sister, Sarah. I just left, like a thief in the night. She would worry, I knew. But I couldn't face her, not with this heavy weight on my soul. The drive to Wellbrook was long. At first the roads were busy, full of other cars. Big trucks roared past me, their engines loud. City signs flashed in my rearview mirror. But then they got smaller, narrower, twisting through green hills. The buildings thinned out. They became fewer and farther between, replaced by open fields and distant barns. Tall, dark trees started to line the road, getting thicker and thicker. They formed a green tunnel. The air grew cooler, fresh and clean, smelling of pine needles and damp earth. The sounds of the city faded away, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. It felt like I was driving into a different world, a forgotten place, a place untouched by time. The mountains rose up, big and silent, all around me. They seemed to watch my slow progress. Their peaks were covered in dark green, reaching for the sky. They felt ancient and wise. Wellbrook was way up in the Lonburn Mountains. It looked exactly like an old, faded picture, like a place time had completely forgotten, left behind in the dust. It had a strange, quiet beauty. The houses were old, their paint peeling, their porches sagging. Smoke curled from stone chimneys. The main street was just a short stretch of road. There was only one small grocery store, its paint peeling. Its sign, Miller's General Store, was barely readable. The windows were dusty, just one gas station, with an old rusty pump that looked like it hadn't been used in years. A single old diner with a faded sign, the letters almost gone. You could barely read "Eat Here." The whole town felt still, too still, like everyone was holding their breath, waiting for something. There were no kids playing in the street, no dogs barking, just a deep, unsettling quiet that hummed in the air. It was the kind of quiet that made your ears ring, that made you feel watched. My new office was a tall building. It was made of dark pine wood, very old and weathered. Its logs were dark, almost black, and felt rough to the touch. It stood alone. The windows looked like empty eyes in the shadows, staring out at nothing. It felt ancient. The glass was thick and wavy, distorting the outside world. It felt like a place for secrets. The floorboards inside creaked with every single step I took. It sounded like the building itself was sighing, a long, slow groan, as if in pain. The air inside was cool and smelled of old wood and dust. It sat at the very end of a long, winding gravel road. It felt far away from everything, even the small town. The gravel crunched loudly under my tires as I drove up. It felt like a long, lonely path. It was almost hidden by the tall, dark trees, their branches reaching like bony fingers. They seemed to guard the building, keeping it hidden from the world. The sunlight barely touched it. A perfect place to hide, I thought. A perfect place to heal, to find peace again. A place where I could be alone with my thoughts, away from the judging eyes of the city. I was the only person in town who helped people with their feelings. The only one. It was a big job for one person, a heavy weight on my shoulders. I felt the pressure right away. The townsfolk, they were quiet. They told me the ones before me had just moved away. They just packed up and left. An old man with a long beard told me, his eyes unblinking. Or maybe they retired, they said. No one said their names. No, not a single name. No one seemed to care much about them or even remember them. They just shrugged their shoulders. "People come, people go," they'd say, their voices flat, like they were talking about the weather. It felt strange, like a piece of the story was missing, a big, important part, like a puzzle with a vital piece gone. It made my skin prickle with a strange unease, but I pushed the feeling down. I was here to work, to heal myself by helping others. At first, things felt pretty normal. Patients started coming in, one by one, slowly. They had the usual problems, the ones I knew well from my time in Baltimore. Some felt lonely, especially the older folks who had lost their loved ones. They missed their partners. Others couldn't sleep at night, their minds racing with worries about their farms or their families. They looked tired and worn, with dark circles under their eyes. They craved rest. A few just felt sad when the seasons changed, a kind of heavy cloud over them. The long winters, the short, bright summers. It was a common thing in mountain towns. It was all pretty normal stuff for a therapist. I felt a small sense of calm return, a sense that I was doing good, that I was useful again. It was a good feeling. I wrote notes, just like always, filling pages with their stories, their fears, their hopes. I gave them medicine if they needed it, small white pills to help them rest, to calm their racing thoughts. I did my job, just like I was trained to do. I followed the rules. Most important, I listened. I listened a lot, letting them talk for as long as they needed. I tried to be the calm, steady presence they needed, a rock in their stormy lives. I nodded. I asked questions. I offered quiet comfort. I was the listener. But slowly, I started to notice something strange. It was a little thing at first, a tiny whisper, like a faint echo in the back of my mind. Then it grew, like a shadow lengthening in the afternoon sun. It became harder to ignore, harder to explain away. It was always there. Everyone I saw had problems that were too much alike. Not exactly the same, no, but they overlapped in a weird way. It was uncanny, like they were all reading from the same strange script. It made my brow furrow. It started with the dreams. A young woman, Sarah, came in. She was terrified, her hands shaking. Her eyes were wide and red from lack of sleep. She clutched a tissue in her hand. She dreamed of drowning. Water, dark and cold, pulling her down, filling her lungs. She said she felt the weeds wrapping around her legs, dragging her deeper. Then, a teenage boy, Mark, came in the next week. He was quiet, but his eyes were wide with fear. He barely spoke above a whisper. He looked like he had seen a ghost. He dreamed the same thing, the same cold water, the same helpless struggle. He described the feeling of mud under his fingernails as he tried to claw his way up. Even an old farmer, Mr. Abernathy, tough as nails, with hands like tree roots, talked about drowning in his sleep. He was a man who never showed fear, but his voice trembled as he spoke. He would wake up gasping for air, clutching his chest, his face pale. It was odd, very odd. He said he felt the mud under his feet, the cold creeping up his legs, pulling him deeper. He swore he could still taste the bitter water in his mouth even after he woke up. Another man, Mr. Henderson, swore his own face in the mirror would smile when he wasn't smiling. A creepy, fake smile, all teeth and no joy. It would twist his stomach, he said. He described the eyes in the mirror as cold and empty, not his own. He started covering all the mirrors in his house with old sheets, afraid of what he might see. He even took down the small mirror in his car, worried it would show him that smile. And then a little girl, only 6 years old, named Lily, told me her reflection did the same thing. She drew pictures of it, a smiling face with sad eyes, a monster in the glass. Her drawings were simple, but the horror in them was clear. A child's nightmare made real. It was like a bad joke, a cruel trick played on everyone in this town. How could so many people have the exact same bizarre experiences? It defied all logic. I tried to tell myself it was just country stories, old tales people tell around a campfire. Maybe it was just ideas that spread from one person to another in a small town, like a cough, but for the mind, a strange kind of shared sickness. I tried to find a reason, I looked for common threads, for something to explain it, a shared trauma, a local legend, but there was nothing, just the same unsettling stories whispered from different mouths. I'm a doctor, a man of science. I needed a reason, a logical one. My training told me to find the facts. My mind searched for answers, for a clinical explanation. But none came. But deep down, a shiver started. It wasn't just a cold feeling from the mountain air. It was a feeling of wrongness, a deep sense that something was truly amiss here. A feeling that went beyond science, beyond anything I had ever learned. Then, the worst part. The part that made my blood run cold, that stole my breath. I started dreaming the same things. The dark water, the cold pull, the feeling of not being able to breathe. I felt the mud, the weeds, the icy grip. I woke up gasping, just like Mr. Abernathy. My own reflection, smiling back at me when I wasn't. It was like a cruel echo. I saw it in the bathroom mirror, a wide, empty smile that wasn't mine. It made my stomach churn. The dreams started to get worse. They were so real, so vivid, like waking life. I could feel the cold, taste the fear, smell the damp earth pulling me down. Sometimes I felt a strange presence in the dream, watching me from the darkness. I couldn't tell them apart from waking life sometimes. The line between dream and reality blurred. I would wake up in a sweat, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. My room would still feel cold, damp, like I had truly been in the water. Was I still dreaming? Was this real? The confusion was a heavy blanket over my mind. It made me doubt everything, even my own senses. I felt like I was losing my grip. I would call my sister, Sarah, back in Baltimore. We would talk, but then things would get twisted. I needed to hear a familiar voice, a voice from the real world. Sarah was my anchor. I'd say something, like about a patient's strange dream, trying to make sense of it. I'd try to describe the uncanny feeling, the way the stories matched. And she'd say, "Alan, you already told me that. Remember, last Tuesday, you said the exact same thing." Or, "Didn't we talk about this last month? You were so worried then." I'd argue, "No, I didn't. I just thought of it. It's new." But she'd insist, her voice firm, worried. Her voice would get softer, more concerned. "Are you getting enough sleep, Alan?" It made my head spin, like I was caught in a whirlpool. I started to wonder if I was truly losing it. Was I forgetting things, or was she? Was I telling her the same stories over and over? My memory felt like sand slipping through my fingers, impossible to hold on to. Whole conversations would vanish, or parts of them. I'd remember starting a sentence, but not finishing it. I started writing things down, little notes to myself, just to track what I said. But even those notes felt strange sometimes, like someone else had written them. Then Paul showed up. Paul, my old friend from Yale. We studied together, spent long nights in the library. He was the smart one, always calm, always logical. My rock through medical school. He just appeared in Wellbrook one sunny afternoon. I saw him sitting at the diner, looking tired. His face was drawn, his eyes sunken, with deep purple bags beneath them. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks, maybe months, like a ghost of his old self. He sat across from me, drinking coffee, his hands shaking slightly, spilling a little. His eyes looked tired, far away, like he was seeing things that weren't there. He said he took this job before me. "I was here first," he mumbled, his voice a dry whisper. He didn't look at me fully, just at the table. His voice was rough, like sandpaper. "You came to replace me, remember?" he whispered, his eyes fixed on mine for a second. There was a strange, knowing look in them, a deep sadness I couldn't place. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't used it much, or like it was scraped raw. I laughed, a nervous, fake laugh that sounded hollow even to my own ears. "Paul, what are you talking about? I got this job. You're in New York, practicing in the city." I tried to sound normal, to make sense of his words, but my heart was pounding. But then I looked down at the table. he had spilled some sugar from the little packet. And in the white sugar, with his finger, he had written something. Just 2 words. It said, "Help us." Just those 2 words, stark white on the dark table. My heart felt like a cold stone in my chest, heavy and still. A chill went through me, a deep, bone-chilling fear. It wasn't a joke. Paul was truly here, and he was scared. I looked up at him, but he was already standing. He just walked out of the diner, leaving his coffee. He left the sugar, the words, the fear hanging in the air. He didn't look back, didn't wave, just walked out into the quiet street and was gone, swallowed by the still town. I tried to call out to him, but the words stuck in my throat, trapped there. He was gone. I wanted to run after him, to grab his arm, to demand answers, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like lead. My mind was reeling. Paul here? And those words? That night, I was in my clinic. The sun had set, and the old building was dark. A deep darkness, not just from the night, but from something else, something ancient. It felt like the darkness had a weight, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I heard whispers. They came from inside the walls, soft at first, like a breeze through dried leaves. Then growing louder, a swirling chorus of hushed voices, like many people talking at once. It was my own voice, but not really. Like an echo, or many echoes, all speaking at once. It was chilling, like a ghost was speaking through me, or trying to. It felt like my own thoughts were being pulled out of me, twisted and broken. I walked around the office, trying to find where the sound came from. It was everywhere and nowhere. It seemed to come from the floor, the ceiling, the very air around me. My own voice, saying things I hadn't said, things I didn't even think, things about patients I'd never met, about fears that weren't mine. It was like a bad dream while I was wide awake, a nightmare I couldn't escape. I tried to turn on the lights, but the bulb just flickered, then died with a soft pop. The shadows seemed to grow longer, stretching like grasping hands across the room. They danced on the walls, reaching out like grasping hands. The air grew colder. A sudden chill, like a freezer door opening, swept through the room. There was a locked basement in the clinic. I hadn't been able to open it until then. The door was old, heavy, made of thick, dark wood. It had a rusty lock, big and stubborn. It looked like it hadn't been opened in 100 years. The wood was rough and splintered. I had tried to pick it before, used tools, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed sealed shut. I had even tried to force it open with a crowbar, but it was too strong. But one day, I just knew how to open it. Like a memory that wasn't mine. A key I didn't know I had. It was a sudden thought, a strange urge, a whisper in my mind, clear as day. I went to the old cabinet in the corner, the one I rarely used. Pulled out a small, tarnished key, hidden under some old papers, a forgotten map. It felt cold in my hand, strangely heavy. It was old, dark metal. It fit perfectly. The lock clicked open with a loud, grinding sound that echoed in the quiet. The sound was like a scream, or a sigh. It sent shivers down my spine. I pulled the heavy door open. It groaned on its rusty hinges, a mournful sound. I went down the creaky steps. Each step groaned under my weight, protesting my presence. The wood felt soft and rotten under my feet. I held my breath. The air was cold and still, thick with the scent of age and decay. It smelled like old paper and dust. And something else, something metallic and old, like rust and forgotten things, like dried blood. Dust motes danced in the single beam of light from my phone. They looked like tiny, swirling stars. They danced in the air, catching the light, making the darkness seem even deeper. Down there, in the dim light, I found files. Dozens of them. Old, yellowed folders, stacked high on shelves. They filled every shelf, reaching almost to the ceiling. They looked like ancient tombs. They were tied with brittle string, covered in a fine layer of dust. I pulled one out, my hands trembling. It was thick with papers, notes, reports. I opened it carefully, my heart thumping. But the names inside weren't the townsfolk. No, not the people I was seeing every day. Instead, they were other therapists, doctors, clinical psychologists, all assigned to Wellbrook. Each file was like mine. Patient notes, strange symptoms, then a sudden end. The same dreams, the same reflections, the same strange stories repeated over and over, and next to each name it said, resigned. But it looked like a lie, a word used to cover up something else, like they just vanished into thin air, leaving no trace, no goodbye. A cold dread settled in my stomach, like a block of ice. My blood ran cold. Then I saw it. My own name. Dr. Alan Dreyer. Right there on a file, near the bottom of the stack. My breath hitched. My name, my life, laid out in a dusty folder, staring back at me. But the date. It was dated 2 years before I had ever arrived in Wellbrook. 2 years before I even knew this place existed, before I ever heard its name. My blood ran cold. My hands shook so hard I dropped the file. It landed with a soft thud. It wasn't possible. This had to be a mistake. A cruel, elaborate joke played just for me. A joke that was turning my world upside down, making me question everything. I tried to leave town. I got in my car, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I just drove. I drove and drove, faster and faster, desperate to escape this nightmare. The trees blurred past, the road a dark ribbon under my wheels. I pushed the gas pedal down until the fuel light blinked on the dashboard, a stark orange warning. I was almost out of gas. The gas station was only a few miles back. I knew it. I had passed it on my way in. But the road, it just curled, like a rope around my neck, tightening with every turn. Every path, every turn, it led me back to Wellbrook, back to the dark pine clinic. No matter which way I turned, the road twisted back like a snake eating its own tail. Back to the whispers that now seemed to follow me everywhere, even in the car. It was like a cruel loop, a never-ending circle. I was trapped. I passed the same old oak tree 3 times, its branches like gnarled arms reaching, the same faded diner sign, its letters barely visible, mocking me. It was a nightmare in broad daylight, a horror I couldn't wake from. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, shaking too hard to dial properly. I needed help. I needed someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. I called the medical board, the place that gave me my license, that knew who I was. I told them about Wellbrook, about the strange files, about my name being there already. I spoke quickly, my voice high and strained, trying to get all the words out. But the woman on the phone sounded confused. Wellbrook? She said, her voice distant. No, I've never heard of a town called Wellbrook. Are you sure you have the right number? She checked her computer. I could hear her typing, the click of keys. There's no record of a Dr. Alan Dreyer with that license number either. And then she said, my license number wasn't valid, that it didn't exist. My whole life, gone. My identity, erased with a few words, a few clicks of a keyboard. It was like the world outside Wellbrook was forgetting me. Like I was never really there. Like I was a ghost, fading away, becoming nothing. The phone call ended. The line went dead. The silence was deafening. I was alone. Truly alone. The people in town started calling me different names. It happened slowly at first, a slip of the tongue. Good morning, Dr. Joseph, the diner lady would say, setting down my coffee. Her smile was kind, but her eyes held no recognition of me, Alan. I'd correct her. It's Alan, ma'am. But she'd just smile, a little sadly, and nod. She'd say, of course, dear, but her eyes would still call me Joseph. Then the gas station owner called me Dr. Simon, the grocery store clerk, Dr. Fields. It was never Alan, never my name. It was like they saw someone else, or many others. Like I was a blank canvas, and they were painting different faces on me. I felt like I was shrinking, disappearing, losing my grip on who I was. My own name felt like a whisper I couldn't hold on to, a sound slipping through my fingers. It was like trying to catch smoke. It was terrifying, this loss of self. I started to introduce myself as Alan, loudly, clearly, trying to make them hear me. I'd repeat my name, Alan Dreyer, Dr. Alan Dreyer. I'd say it with force, but their eyes would just glaze over, like they were looking right through me. They'd nod politely, then call me another name moments later. It was hopeless. One day, I asked the nurse at the small-town clinic. She was an old woman with kind, sad eyes. Her hair was white, pulled back in a neat bun. She had seen countless faces come and go. She had been here a long time, seen many things. She saw everything, I thought. "Who am I to you?" I asked her. My voice was shaky, desperate. I needed her to say my name. I needed one person, just one, to see me, Alan, the man I was. She looked at me, and her smile was so sad, so knowing, full of a deep sorrow. It was a smile that held all the pain of the world, all the forgotten stories. "You're one of them," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. "You always have been." Her words were like a cold hand on my heart. They sank deep, chilling me to the bone. She didn't mean I was like the other doctors, the ones in the files. She meant I was them. I was not just Alan anymore. I was Joseph, and Simon, and Fields, and all the others. The voices in the clinic walls became stronger. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were like a chorus, a low hum that vibrated through the very air, through my bones. They were in my head too, a constant noise, a jumble of thoughts and feelings crashing together, like 1,000 radios all playing different stations at once, inside my skull. When I sat in my office chair, I felt strange. It was like hands, not my own, were guiding mine. My fingers would twitch, my arm would move, writing words I didn't think. I would try to write my notes, but my hand would move on its own, with a will, not my own. It would write things I didn't intend, words that weren't my thoughts, stories that weren't mine. My notes, the ones I wrote for my patients, were no longer just mine. They were layers upon layers of ink. Different handwriting, different ideas, different dates, all mixed together on the same page. They were echoes, written by hands long gone, voices long silenced, trapped on paper. I would look in the mirror, and I started to forget how I looked, what my own face truly was. My reflection changed. Sometimes I saw myself, but then it would shift. A different nose, different eyes, an older face, a younger face, a stranger's face. Sometimes it was Paul's face, his tired eyes staring back at me, full of shared horror. Sometimes it was a face I didn't know at all, a face from one of the files, a forgotten doctor. My voice. I recorded myself sometimes, just to hear it, to make sure it was still mine. I played it back, hoping to hear only Alan. But it was never just me. But it wasn't just my voice anymore. It sounded like 5 voices, all overlapping, all speaking at once. A strange, jumbled sound. A chorus of broken thoughts, of forgotten words. It was terrifying. It was like a broken record, playing many songs at once, all out of tune. I would try to speak, to say my name, to assert myself, but the words would come out twisted. They would be someone else's words, someone else's thoughts, not my own. I'd try to say, "I am Alan," but it would come out as, "We are here," or, "Help us." I understand it now. I really do. It's all so clear, but it's a terrible kind of clear. Wellbrook isn't just a town. It's like a big, deep hole for minds, a psychic sinkhole. It's not shaped by mountains or rivers. No, it's shaped by memory, by pain, by all the broken pieces of those who came before me. It breathes them in. It feeds on them. It grows stronger with every mind it swallows. Every psychologist who came here, every single one, was swallowed. Their minds first. Our need to help people, our job to listen to their pain. It made us open, vulnerable. We were ripe, easy to take, easy to break. Our thoughts, our feelings, our very selves. They didn't just vanish. No, they broke apart, like glass shattering into a million pieces. They stayed here, trapped, like ghosts, but not really. More like pieces of a puzzle, scattered, and Wellbrook gathers those pieces, mixing them together. Now I hear them all the time. Always. In the walls of the clinic, in the quiet woods outside. They are in the wind that whispers through the trees, a constant sigh. They are in the creak of the floorboards, a mournful groan. They are in my own head, a constant, buzzing crowd of voices, a symphony of sorrow. Sometimes when I'm asleep, One of them takes over. I can feel it happening, a cold dread creeping in, a slow, chilling invasion. My own mind fights, but it's a losing battle. My body moves, but it's not me moving it. My mouth opens, but it's not me speaking. And then I speak to patients I've never met, using names I don't know, saying things that aren't mine. I see through their eyes, but it's not my vision. It's a jumble of memories, of fears, of other lives. I see their pasts, their regrets, their own moments of failure. It's all mine now. I want to fight it. I really do. I try to hold on to myself, to Alan, to the man I was. I try to remember Sarah's face, her laugh, the way she used to tease me about my messy desk. I try to remember the busy streets of Baltimore, the smell of the harbor, the taste of my favorite coffee. But there's no cure for this. No, there's no way out. No escaping a town that is built on broken minds. My memories are fading, like old photographs left out in the sun, their colors washing away. Sarah's face is fuzzy now, a blur. Baltimore, the city I ran from, it's just a word now. A distant echo of a life that wasn't mine, a dream I once had. I only remember what the others remember, their patience, their fears, their lives, their regrets, their failures, all of it, mixed inside me, becoming me. I am a vessel now, a hollow space filled with the echoes of others. I am not the first to be swallowed by Wellbrook. No, I am not, and I will not be the last. This place will keep taking. It will keep echoing. The new ones will come, drawn by the quiet, by the promise of peace. And they too will become part of the chorus, another voice in the walls, another face in the mirror, another lost soul in the psychic sinkhole of Wellbrook. My name is Evan Toller, and if you're listening to this, if you somehow found this story on internet, I need you to remember just one thing. Don't ever attend a carnival that no one remembers inviting. No, don't. I grew up in Berto's Hill, a small, quiet town. It was tucked away in the northern valleys, a place where everyone knew everyone. You could leave your doors unlocked there, you know, and still get fresh apple pie from your neighbor on Sundays. Life there moved slow, gentle. It was wrapped in misty mornings and porch swing evenings. We had no big city lights, no loud noises, just the sounds of crickets and the wind. The air smelled like pine trees and fresh-cut grass. Kids rode bikes without helmets, laughing loud. It was a good place to be a kid, a safe place. My sister Ava was 2 years younger than me. She had bright red hair and a laugh that sounded like tiny bells. We spent our days exploring the woods behind our house. We built forts out of old branches and told each other scary stories. Ava always made me promise to check under her bed for monsters before she went to sleep. Our biggest excitement was the yearly town fair, with its small Ferris wheel and greasy hot dogs. That was about it. It came every August, and it was always the same. Familiar faces, familiar rides, familiar smells. It was comforting, like an old blanket. We had a small creek where we'd catch tadpoles in the spring. In winter, we'd bundle up and go sledding down Miller's Hill, our faces red from the cold. Mom baked the best chocolate chip cookies, and Dad always fixed anything that broke. Our house was small, but it felt big with love inside it. We had a dog, a fluffy golden retriever named Gus. He followed Ava and me everywhere, his tail wagging like a happy pendulum. Every Sunday after church, we'd go to Grandma Rose's house for a big dinner. Her mashed potatoes were legendary. Berto's Hill was a place where nothing much ever changed, and we liked it that way, you know? It felt safe. Then, one summer evening, a carnival just showed up. No flyers, no trucks, no announcements anywhere. It was just there. By dawn, the northern meadow, where old man Kessler used to let his sheep graze, had changed. It was a crazy mix of tents, twisted metal rides, and banners. The colors on those banners were weird. I still can't name them, not really. They were like colors you'd only see in a dream. Deep purples, greens that shimmered, and reds that almost hurt your eyes. They looked too bright, too alive for our sleepy town. They pulsed, almost, like they had a heartbeat of their own. They didn't seem to belong under our simple blue sky. The air felt different, too. It wasn't the fresh pine smell anymore. It was thick with the scent of sugar, popcorn, and something else. Something like old dust, or maybe just magic. It hung heavy and sweet. It made your nose tingle and your mouth water. Strange, high-pitched whistles floated on the breeze, and a low, steady hum, like a giant bee. It was all so new, so sudden. No one remembered inviting them, but no one questioned it either. Something different, people said. Something fun for the kids. It was strange, that part. How quickly everyone just accepted it. Like a new tree had grown overnight, and no one thought to ask how. My dad, he just shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's here now, he said. Might as well enjoy it. My mom, she looked a little worried at first. Her brow was all crinkled up. But then she saw Ava's excited face, and she smiled. Just for one night then, she said. A little treat. And so, one by one, everyone in Berto's Hill walked into the carnival. Even old Mr. Abernathy, who never left his house, was seen shuffling towards the bright lights. It was like a magnet pulling everyone in. It was called Carnival Nocturne. The name felt strange on our tongues. It curled there like smoke from a fire. They said it would stay only for one night. A traveling dream, one barker called it. He was a tall man, with a voice that boomed like thunder. But his eyes, I remember, were hidden deep in shadow under his hat. His clothes were dark, but they seemed to shimmer when he moved. He had a wide, painted smile like the others. It was dreamlike at first. The music didn't come from speakers, no. It came from the air itself. A constant, soft hum that seemed to bend to your own heartbeat. It was like 1,000 tiny bells ringing far away, or wind chimes playing a secret tune. It made your skin tingle. Sometimes it felt like the music was playing just for you, changing its tune to match your mood. It was almost spooky. The games always paid out. You couldn't lose, it seemed. Everyone walked away with a prize. Little stuffed animals, shiny plastic rings, even small, oddly shaped wooden carvings. All of them felt warm to the touch. I won a small glass globe with tiny, swirling colors inside. It felt smooth and heavy in my hand. The food tasted like memories from childhood, like the best cookie your grandma ever baked, or the perfect lemonade on a hot day. My mom ate a candy apple and swore it tasted exactly like the ones her own mother used to make for her. She had tears in her eyes. Dad tried a funnel cake, and he said it was better than anything he'd ever eaten. His usual quiet face was lit up with pure happiness. There was a carousel, too. The horses on it whispered stories when no one was watching. I swear I heard them. Soft, rustling sounds like old leaves, and sometimes a tiny, sad sigh. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. The horses weren't painted like normal horses. They were carved from dark wood, with eyes that seemed to follow you. The performers were odd. They all wore masks. Some were tall as lampposts, impossibly tall. Others were tiny, impossibly short. They moved in a strange, jerky way, like puppets on strings. Their clothes were bright, but somehow faded, like old velvet. They never spoke a single word. They just bowed, or showed you where to go. They stared with painted smiles that never changed. Those smiles were the worst. Flat and wide, painted on white porcelain. They never reached their eyes because their eyes were just dark holes. One of the tall ones handed me a balloon, a bright red one. Its string felt cold in my hand, even though the air was warm. We laughed, though. We danced and clapped for the stage acts. We didn't think much about the strange parts. We were too busy having fun, too busy feeling that strange, sweet feeling the carnival gave us. It felt like pure joy. It was like a fog had settled over our minds, a sweet, thick fog that made us forget to ask questions. We just enjoyed. My sister Ava, she kept pulling me to new games. Her eyes were bright, brighter than I'd ever seen them. She won a small wooden bird that chirped when you squeezed it. It didn't need batteries, no, it just chirped. She hugged it tight, her face buried in its smooth wood. "It's magic, Evan," she whispered, her voice full of wonder. We rode the Ferris wheel, slow and creaky. From the top, Berto's Hill looked like a tiny toy town, far away and unimportant. The carnival lights pulsed below us, a swirling, living thing. It felt like the whole world was just this one bright place. Then came the show. A barker, a man with a booming voice, led us to the main tent. It was the heart of the carnival, right in the middle. Red velvet hung over the entrance. It felt heavy, like a curtain in a fancy old theater. A sign hung overhead. It read, "The Final Act, a performance you'll never forget." A shiver went down my spine when I read that. It felt less like a promise and more like a warning. The velvet felt rough as we pushed through it. The air inside was still, heavy. Every single person from Birdo's Hill sat inside that tent. Old Miss Whitcomb was there, with her knitting bag. The mayor, too, looking excited. Even Mr. Henderson, who never left his house, was there. He sat in the front row, his usual frown gone. All the kids were there. My sister, Ava, was right beside me. And me, of course. Our parents sat just behind us, their faces glowing in the dim light. They looked so happy, so peaceful. The air inside was thick, warm, and smelled like old flowers. The seats were soft, too soft, like they were made of clouds. They sank under you, holding you gently. It felt like you were melting into them. We never saw what happened next, not really. The lights dimmed, slowly, making the tent feel darker than night. The music warped, twisting into something strange and wrong. That soft hum turned into a low growl, then a high-pitched whine. It felt like it was inside my head, shaking my bones. It sounded like 1,000 voices whispering secrets, then screaming them. It made my teeth ache. One by one, the masked performers stepped onto the stage. They bowed, slowly, together. Their movements were no longer jerky. They were smooth, like water, like shadows dancing. They lined up across the stage, a silent, painted row. Their masks gleamed in the faint light. Then they began peeling off their masks. There were no faces underneath, just mirrors. Each mirror twisted and shimmered. It reflected us, the audience, but not as we were right then. It showed us moments we had long buried, secrets we kept, regrets that weighed us down, shame we hid, lies we told. I saw myself, small and scared, hiding a broken vase from my mom. I saw the time I told a fib about my homework. It wasn't just little things, no. It showed my dad yelling at my mom and the fear in her eyes. It showed my neighbor, Mr. Henderson, crying alone. Then it showed something worse. It showed me the time I pushed Ava off her bike and told her it was an accident. It showed my mom secretly looking at old pictures of a man who wasn't my dad. Her face was full of a sadness I'd never seen. It showed the mayor taking money from the town's fund, hiding it in a dusty box. His face was sneaky and small. It showed Ms. Whitcomb talking bad about her best friend behind her back. Her lips were curled in a mean way. It showed Gus, our dog, whimpering alone in the yard because I forgot to let him in one cold night. My heart squeezed tight. The mirrors didn't just show. They felt. I felt the shame of my lie, the fear in my mom's eyes, the cold loneliness of Gus. The crowd fell silent, a heavy, thick silence. You could feel the shame, the fear, spreading through the tent like a cold fog. It was like everyone was breathing it in. The air grew colder, even though it had been warm. It felt like a giant hand was squeezing the breath out of the room. Some people screamed, a few others just stared, their eyes wide and empty. I heard Ms. Whitcomb gasp, a small, choked sound. The mayor's face went white. My own chest felt tight, like a rope was wrapped around it. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. My eyes were glued to my reflection, to the awful truths staring back. It was like a nightmare you couldn't wake from. Ava started to whimper beside me. I reached for her hand, but my fingers felt numb. Then, one by one, we passed out. I don't remember leaving the tent. I don't remember anything after that. It was like falling into a deep, dark well. No sound, no light, just endless falling. A cold, empty feeling swallowed me whole. I felt like I was shrinking, getting smaller and smaller until I was just a tiny speck. But when I woke up, the carnival was gone. Completely. There was just flattened grass where the tents had stood, and ash in the wind like a campfire had been there. The air was cold, too. The sweet smell was gone, replaced by the usual pine and grass. It was morning. The sun was out. bright and normal. Too normal. And Berto's Hill? It was never the same after that day. First, people changed. They had a hollow look behind their eyes, like something had been scooped out. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes anymore. They moved slower, like they were always tired. Their voices were flat, like old records. They walked around like they were sleepwalking. They repeated words sometimes, the same words, over and over. "Nice day," they'd say, even when it rained. "Good morning," they'd say at noon. It was like their minds were stuck on a loop. They cried in their sleep, soft, sad sounds. My mom would sometimes wake up sobbing, but she wouldn't remember why. She'd just stare at the ceiling, tears rolling down her cheeks, a lost look on her face. It broke my heart to see her like that. Some forgot who they were. They'd look at their own hands like they'd never seen them before. Mr. Henderson asked me who I was, even though he'd known me since I was a baby. It was like a piece of them was just gone. He'd wander around his yard, pointing at his own roses and asking, "What are these pretty things?" Then they disappeared. Ava went first, my little sister. One morning, her room was just empty. Her bed was made, her toys put away. Her favorite stuffed bear was still on her pillow, but she was gone. The wooden bird she won, the one that chirped, was on her nightstand. It was silent now, cold to the touch. No one remembered she existed, not even our parents. I tried to talk about her, but they just looked at me blankly. They'd say, "Who are you talking about, Evan?" It was like she was never there. I showed them pictures, but they just saw a blank space where her face should be. It was like she was erased. I screamed, I cried, I begged them to remember. But their eyes were empty, like the masked performer's eyes. My heart ached, a deep, empty ache. I was the only one who remembered her bright eyes, her silly laugh. It was like a part of my own memory was being eaten away, too. I had to fight to hold on to her face in my mind. Then came the mayor. He just vanished from his office. His chair was still warm, his coffee cup half empty. No one noticed he was gone for days. The town just kept running, or rather, not running. Then Mrs. Whitcomb gone from her porch swing. Her knitting needles were still stuck in her half-finished scarf. Her cat, Mittens, sat on the porch, crying for her. But no one seemed to hear. It spread like mold, this forgetting, like a sickness. One by one, people just faded away, not just from their homes, but from everyone's minds. The town felt emptier each day. The silence grew heavier, the laughter died. The houses stood quiet, their windows like empty eyes. The streets were bare. Gus, our dog, started to whimper more and more. He'd stare at the door, waiting for Ava. I was scared, so scared. I felt like I was shrinking, just like I did in the tent. I ran, I had to. The town was eating itself, and I was next. I packed a small bag, just a few clothes, and left in the dead of night. I didn't even say goodbye. I left Gus behind too. I hated myself for it, but I knew I couldn't save him. I could barely save myself. The drive away from Berto's Hill felt endless. Every mile I looked in the rearview mirror, expecting to see the carnival behind me. I moved to the city, far away, got a job, a simple one. I worked in a bookstore, stacking books. It was loud there, busy. So many people. It helped me feel less alone, less like I was the only one who remembered. The noise of the city was a comfort. It drowned out the silent screams in my head. I went to therapy, tried to talk about it. The therapist, she just nodded. She said it sounded like a bad dream. She said I was dealing with stress, maybe some old trauma. She didn't believe me, no. How could she? I tried to explain about the mirrors, about Ava, about the town. Her eyes just showed pity. "Your mind is playing tricks on you, Evan," she'd say. "It's a way to cope with loss. I took medicine too to help me sleep, to stop the nightmares. The ones where I saw the mirror faces or Ava's empty room. The pills made me feel fuzzy, like cotton was stuffed in my brain. But they helped. A little. I made new friends. People who didn't know Berto's Hill. People who laughed easily. There was Sarah, who worked at the coffee shop. She had a kind smile. And Mark, who loved old movies. We'd go to the park or grab pizza. They listened to my stories about growing up in a small town, but I never told them the real story. Years passed. I built a whole new life, brick by brick. I got a little apartment, painted the walls blue. I learned to cook, badly. I adopted a stray cat named Mittens. Mittens was a fluffy calico with big green eyes. She'd curl up on my lap while I read, purring like a tiny engine. I almost believed I was free. I almost believed it was just a bad dream, a memory that had gotten twisted. Sometimes a cold shiver would run down my back. Or I'd see a flash of a strange color, like those banners. A deep purple in a shop window, or a shimmering green on a bus. It would make my stomach clench. But I pushed it away. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I was safe now. I told myself Berto's Hill was just a sad memory, a town that had fallen on hard times, not a place that was eaten. I even started to forget some of the details myself. Ava's face became a little blurry in my mind, the exact smell of the carnival, the exact sound of the music. They faded, like old photographs. I thought I was healing. I thought I was finally moving on, until last week. I came home from work, tired. My feet ached. My shoulders hurt. I just wanted to sit down and watch TV. I opened my front door, and I found a mirror in my hallway. It was tall, thin, and it was not mine. I had never seen it before. My heart started to beat fast, a drum in my chest. It was old, with a dark, heavy frame. The frame was carved with strange, twisting shapes, like vines or snakes. It felt cold to the touch. I walked closer, slowly. My reflection stared back at me. My reflection blinked. But I hadn't. I stood perfectly still, my eyes wide open. A cold dread spread through me, like ice water. I tried to move, but my feet felt stuck to the floor. My reflection's eyes were too wide, too dark. Its smile was too slow. Then it smiled. A slow, wide smile. It was wearing a porcelain mask, a white, smooth mask, just like the performers at the carnival. The smile was flat, empty, just painted on. It was the same smile I'd seen in the tent. The mask was perfectly white, without a single crack or blemish. It looked so real, so solid. The walls of my apartment stretched. They grew taller, wider, like rubber. Light pulsed, bright, then dim. The blue paint on the walls seemed to melt and run. The floor tilted. My cat, Mittens, hissed and ran under the couch. The furniture blurred, losing its edges. The air grew heavy, like before a big storm. The air grew thick with that sweet, dusty smell again. The soft hum of the carnival music started, low at first. It grew louder, swirling around me. It was the same tune, bending to my racing heartbeat. I opened my front door again, and stepped outside. I was in Berto's Hill, my old town. The air was misty, just like I remembered, but the trees seemed too still. The silence was too deep. No birds sang, no wind rustled the leaves, just that hum, growing louder. The carnival was back. It looked exactly the same, timeless, waiting. The strange, bright banners flapped in a wind that wasn't there. The twisted metal rides stood silent, gleaming. The carousel horses stood frozen, their dark eyes staring. The giant Barker's tent loomed in the middle. And in the main tent, we were all still there. Everyone from Berto's Hill, frozen, mouths open, applauding a stage with no performers. They sat in their seats just as they had that night. Ms. Whitcomb, her knitting still in her lap. The mayor, his hand raised. Ava was there too, right beside where I had been. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the empty stage. Her small wooden bird was clutched in her hand. It wasn't chirping now, no. Their faces were pale, like wax figures. Their eyes were empty, reflecting nothing. I walked among them, a ghost in my own memory. Their stillness was terrifying, because the real show wasn't what we saw that night. It was what we lived. We never left that tent. Not really. My life in the city, my job, my friends, Mittens, it was all a rerun, a looped performance for their amusement. The carnival feeds on repetition, on denial, on belief. It feeds on the same fears, the same secrets, over and over. It makes us live them. My new life was just a dream they put me in, a comfortable cage, so I wouldn't notice the bars. Every time I thought I was free, they just reset the stage, made me live it all again. The mirror in my hallway was the curtain call, the sign that the show was about to start again. I saw the faces of the masked performers in the shadows of the tent. They were watching me. They were watching all of us, their dark, empty eyes seeing everything. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was tight like it was filled with sand. I realized then that the mirror wasn't just a reflection, it was a window into their world, and my world had been their stage, my memories, their script, my emotions, their food. The more I denied what happened, the more I tried to forget, the hungrier they got. They wanted me to believe the lie. They wanted me to live the dream. I write this now because I found a crack, a tiny, tiny flaw in the show, a sliver of reality thin enough to slip this letter through. I don't know how I found it. Maybe it's a glitch, or maybe, just maybe, I'm strong enough to fight it for a second. It was when I saw Ava's wooden bird, silent in her hand, a tiny spark of real sadness, real memory. It was a feeling they couldn't control, a feeling from outside their loop, and it made a tiny tear, a small tear in the fabric of their illusion, a chance to warn someone, anyone. I'm writing this on a piece of paper I found in my pocket. It feels rough, real. My hand shakes as I write. I can feel their eyes on me, trying to pull me back into the performance. If you find it, burn it. Don't go looking for Berto's Hill, because the carnival doesn't travel. No, it doesn't. It collects. It waits. It finds the cracks in people's lives, the secrets they hide, and it builds its show around them. And now, it knows you know. The music has started again. I can hear it, that strange hum in the air. It's getting louder. It's calling me back to my seat, back to the show. I can feel my eyes getting heavy. My body wants to move, to join them. My legs feel like lead. My head feels like it's filled with cotton again. But I fought for this moment. I have to make it count. I can see the masked figures moving closer. Their painted smiles seem wider now. They are reaching for me, their long, pale fingers stretching out. I can feel their cold breath. Please, remember my warning. For your own sake, don't let them find your secrets. Don't let them build their show around you. The show is about to begin again, for me, and maybe for you. I can hear Ava's wooden bird faintly chirping, a tiny, real sound. It's fading now. Everything is fading. Just the hum and the smiles. My name is Samuel Reed. I'm 32 years old, you know, and I take pictures for a living. It's a good job, I guess, but it keeps me stuck in the city too much. I like to wander around on weekends, far away from all that noise. Being alone is what makes me feel really good, like I can finally breathe. Big, open landscapes, they're like my safe place. The kind of quiet you can only find when you're out there with nothing but trees and sky. So I went on this hiking trip. It was way up in the northeastern mountains, pretty far from anything. I really needed to get away from everything, you know? Away from work, away from people, away from the big city. That city, it just felt like it was chewing up people like me and spitting us out. It was always loud, always busy, always wanting something from you. I just wanted to escape all that, just for a little while. What I didn't see coming, what I couldn't even guess, was that the quiet I wanted so badly, it would become the loudest thing I ever heard. Louder than any city noise, louder than any car horn, louder than any scream. It was a quiet that pressed in on you, a deep, heavy quiet. The path to start the hike, it wasn't even marked on any map I had. Just a faint line on the ground, barely there, between tall pine trees. It looked like someone had walked there a lot, maybe for years and years, but no one had made it official. It wasn't a real trail, just a suggestion, but I followed it anyway. It felt right somehow, like it was pulling me in. I just put one foot in front of the other, deeper and deeper into the woods. The first day was pretty normal, actually. Nothing spooky happened, no, not a single thing. Just thick green woods all around me, stretching out forever. I saw a few deer here and there, their white tails flicking as they ran off into the trees. They were quick. like ghosts in the shadows. I felt that usual mix of feeling excited and being careful. That's how it is when you're out here all by yourself, you know? You feel free, like you could do anything, but you also know you have to watch your back. Anything could happen, and no one would know. The sun was warm on my face, and the air smelled like pine and damp earth. It was exactly what I had come for, that feeling of peace. I hiked for hours, just letting my mind clear out. All the city worries, they just floated away, like smoke in the wind. I found a good spot to set up my tent as the sun started to go down. It was next to a small stream, the water gurgling softly. I cooked a simple meal, just some dried food, and watched the stars start to pop out in the dark sky. It was a perfect night. I felt safe, tucked away in my little tent. The sounds of the forest were comforting, just the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. But then, on the second day, something changed. It wasn't a sudden thing, more like a slow creep. It started to feel different. I was somewhere past mile 12, I think, maybe even further. My GPS, the one on my phone that always worked, it just died. Poof, gone. The screen went black, and no matter what I did, it wouldn't turn back on. Just a dead piece of plastic in my hand. Then my compass, the one that always points north, its needle started spinning around and around. It didn't stop. It just kept going, like it was confused, like it couldn't find north anymore. It was like the world itself had lost its way. I wasn't scared right away. No, not at first. I had my backpack full of stuff, you know. I had food, water, a first aid kit. I trusted my gut, my instincts. I had even trained for stuff like this, for getting lost, for being alone in the wild. I pulled out my paper maps, big folded maps that showed all the trails, all the mountains. They were my backup, my safety net. But the trees around me, they just didn't look right. They didn't match the map. It was like I had walked into a different forest. The forest, it felt different now. The trees seemed so much older here, like they had been standing for 1,000 years. Their trunks were wider, thicker than any I'd seen before, twisted and gnarled. They looked like giants, standing guard over something. The light barely made it through the thick canopy of branches. It was always dim, even in the middle of the day. There were no birds singing, not a single chirp, not a single tweet. Usually, the woods are full of sounds, but here, it was just silent. The wind, it blew through the pine needles, but it didn't make a sound. It was like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting. It was a heavy silence, the kind that makes your ears ring. It felt like the forest was listening to me, watching me, and by the time night came, the moon didn't show up. The sky was just black, no stars, no moon, nothing to light the way. It was the darkest night I had ever seen. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. It was like being swallowed by ink. I tried to sleep, but every little creak of a branch, every rustle, made me jump. My heart was pounding in my chest. That was the third day in the morning when I saw it, just poking up above the tops of the trees, way off in the distance. A spire. It was narrow, and it looked rust-colored, like old metal that had been left out in the rain for too long, slowly turning red. It was far away, but I could see it clearly against the gray sky. It stood out, a strange, sharp point in the endless green. Hope jumped inside my chest. It felt like a little bird fluttering around, trying to get out. Civilization, a town, a chance to figure out where I was, a chance to ask for help. Maybe a phone that worked, a way to get back to normal. I started walking towards it. My legs felt tired, really tired from all the hiking, but the hope made them move faster. I just kept my eyes on that rust-colored point, telling myself I was almost there, just a little further, just a little more. The air got colder as I walked, and a thin fog started to roll in. It wrapped around the trees, making them look even more spooky. I kept walking, even when my feet ached and my shoulders burned. That spire was my only guide, my only hope. Finally, I saw it. The town was tucked away in a low spot, like a bowl hidden among the hills. All around it were those really old pine trees. A low fog, thin and ghostly, was slowly crawling through the cobbled streets. It clung to the ground, making everything look hazy. A wooden sign, old and faded, stood at the edge of the town. It was leaning a bit, like it was tired. It said, "Welcome to Carrion Falls. Population 81. I remember reading it, thinking, 81 people, that's not many at all. The houses, they were really old, like something from a history book or a picture from a long, long time ago. Colonial style, they called it. They had windows with wooden shutters all closed up tight, like no one wanted to look out. The white paint on the houses was cracked, like dry skin in the winter. It looked like no one had painted them in a very long time. A single road led into the town, just one way in and one way out. It was made of old, rough cobblestones. It was lined with old lampposts, all broken. No light bulbs, no glass. Just empty, rusted metal reaching up to the sky. There were no cars anywhere, not a single one. No wires hanging from poles, no signs of modern life at all. But chimneys on the houses had smoke coming out of them, thin wisps curling into the cold air. So people were here, and I saw curtains twitch, just a little bit, in some of the windows, like someone was watching me, hiding behind the glass. I felt it too, that feeling of being watched. It was like a cold hand on my back, even though no one was there. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone out in the open, just the fog and the old, silent houses. Then, a woman came out onto a porch. She was wearing a brown shawl wrapped tight around her like she was cold. Her eyes, they were pale. Not blue, not gray, just washed out. Like the color had been drained from them, like old, faded photographs. She just nodded at me. She didn't smile, not even a little bit. Her face was flat, like a stone, showing no feeling at all. She looked straight at me, her pale eyes seeming to see right through me, into my very bones. Then she spoke. "Lost, are you?" she asked. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence of the town. "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded rough, like I hadn't used it in a while. It felt strange to hear it out loud. "My phone died," I told her. I just need to find a ranger station or a road out of here, back to where I came from." She didn't say anything back right away. She just kept staring at me, those pale eyes unblinking. It felt like a long time. The fog swirled around her feet, making her look like she was floating. I just stood there, waiting, feeling more and more uneasy. Then finally, she spoke again. "Stay the night," she said. Her voice was still quiet, but firm. "Leave in the morning. Roads get mean after sundown," she added, like it was a warning. And then she turned and went back inside her house. The door closed softly behind her, leaving me alone again on the quiet, foggy street. My stomach felt tight with worry. I found the inn. It was a tall, dark building with a creaky sign that said, "The Pines Rest." It looked even older than the houses. The innkeeper was a man named Mr. Glavin. He was a thin man, really skinny, and his neck twitched when he talked. It was a fast, jerky movement, like something inside him was trying to get out, or like he was always nervous. "We don't get many visitors anymore," he said, his voice raspy. He handed me a brass key. It felt heavy and cold in my hand. "You're lucky you found us," he added, with that strange twitch. I looked around the dusty, quiet lobby. "I didn't find you," I said, feeling a strange chill. "You were just here." It felt strange, like the town itself had just appeared around me. He grinned. It was a wide grin, too wide for his face. It showed too many teeth, all a little yellow. It didn't look friendly. "Exactly," he said, and that one word, just that one word, sent a shiver down my spine. It felt like a trap. That night, I couldn't sleep. I felt too restless, too uneasy. The inn-room was cold, and the bed felt hard. So, I wandered. I walked through the quiet, foggy streets of Carrion Falls again. The air was cold and damp, clinging to me. The fog made everything blurry, like I was walking through a dream. The old lamp-posts looked like dark, twisted figures. The shops along the main street had strange names. Elder and Sons Alchemy, Milbury's Clockworks. They sounded old, like from a storybook, and one called Flesh of the Earth Apothecary. That one made my skin crawl a little. What kind of things did they sell there? I looked into one of the shop windows. It was a barber shop with a striped pole outside. Inside, a boy was sitting very still in a barber's chair. The barber was combing hair that wasn't even there. Just combing air over and over with slow, careful movements. The boy just sat there, staring straight ahead, not moving a muscle. It was so quiet, I could almost hear the comb swishing through nothing. In another shop, I saw a woman. She was mopping a floor, but the floor wasn't dirty, not at all. There was no blood, no mud, nothing. And the water she was using, it shimmered blue. It looked like liquid light glowing softly as she pushed the mop around. She just kept mopping, back and forth, on the perfectly clean floor. Her face was blank, like she wasn't even thinking. I started to notice something really weird, something that made my stomach clench. The people here, they moved in loops, like they were stuck on repeat, playing the same scene over and over again. It was like a broken record, always the same part. The same old man, he would circle the fountain in the town square 3 times, every single hour like clockwork. He would walk slow, his head down, then turn around and do it again. Always 3 times, never more, never less. A little girl, she would walk to a certain spot, right by a big oak tree, and then she would drop a basket. Always the same spot, always the same basket, a small, empty wicker one. She would drop it, then pick it up, then walk back. It was like they were actors, following a script that never changed. They didn't seem to notice me, or anything else. I tried to ask questions. I stopped a man walking by, one of the few people I saw outside. "Excuse me," I said. "Why does everyone move like that?" He just stared at me. His eyes were pale, just like the woman's eyes from the porch. Empty. He didn't say a word. He just kept walking, moving past me like I wasn't even there. It was like I was invisible to him, or not real. I went back to Mr. Glavin at the inn. He was sitting behind his counter, polishing a small silver bell. "Why does your sign say population 81? I asked him. I felt a knot in my stomach, a cold, heavy feeling. Something felt very wrong. He looked at me, and that wide grin came back, stretching his thin face. "Because there are 80 of us," he said. His voice was low, almost a whisper, like he was telling me a secret. "And now you." My heart pounded, like a drum in my chest. 80 of them. And now me. I was the 81st. The sign wasn't just a number, not just a count of people living there. It was a count of who was trapped here. A count of the people who had stumbled into this place and couldn't get out. I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. I tried to leave the very next morning. I packed my bag, my hands shaking a little. I felt a desperate need to get out. I walked down the single road leading out of town, the same cobblestone road I had come in on. I walked fast, almost running. The sun was high in the sky when I started. I kept walking, pushing myself, my legs burning, my lungs aching. I walked for 6 hours, maybe more. I didn't stop, not even for a rest. I just kept going, hoping to see something, anything familiar. But then, I saw it again. The same wooden sign, leaning a bit, faded and old. "Welcome to Carrion Falls," the same rusted spire poking above the trees in the distance. I was back where I started, right at the edge of town. The road just looped. It didn't lead out. It just brought me back, like a cruel joke. My heart sank, heavy and cold. I tried again. That night. I waited until it was dark, really dark, with the fog thick on the ground. I took out my flashlight, its beam cutting a small circle in the darkness. I felt a new kind of resolve, a hard edge of anger and fear. I would get out. I had to. I couldn't stay here, not with those people, not with that feeling of being watched. I walked again, even faster this time. The fog got thicker, wrapping around me, cold and wet like a shroud. The forest seemed to press in closer, the trees like dark walls on either side of the narrow road. They felt alive, watching, and again I ended up right back in Carrion Falls, the same sign, the same empty streets swallowed by the fog. It was like the town didn't want me to leave. It held on to me like a spider in its web. I was trapped. My thoughts started to get stranger after that, you know. My mind felt fuzzy around the edges, like a picture that wasn't quite clear. I started to dream. But these weren't normal dreams, not the kind you forget when you wake up. They were too real. They were like memories, but not my own. They felt like they were being pushed into my head, forcing their way in. I dreamed of whispers coming from behind closed doors, soft, slithering sounds that made my skin crawl. I dreamed of people with no eyes, just smooth skin where their eyelids should be, like they had never seen anything. And the worst dream, the one that kept coming back, was of myself. I would split in two, like a reflection in a broken mirror, and I would watch from both sets of eyes. One me watching the other me doing strange, quiet things. It was terrifying. It felt like I was losing myself, piece by piece. My own thoughts, my own memories, they were fading away. I met Elias on the 5th day, I think it was. He was a gaunt man, very thin, like he hadn't eaten in a long time. He had a scar, a long, stitched line that went from his temple all the way down to his jaw. It looked old, like it had been there forever. He just appeared, like everyone else in this town, out of the fog. He looked at me with his pale, washed-out eyes. "You're trying to leave," he said. It wasn't a question, more like a statement of fact, like he already knew. "Yes," I said. My voice was shaky, quiet. I felt a desperate hope that he could help me, that he knew something, that he wasn't like the others, stuck in their loops. Maybe he could show me a way out, a real way. "They won't let you," he said. His voice was flat, no emotion in it at all, just a simple, cold truth. "Who won't?" I asked, my heart starting to beat faster. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone else. Just the quiet, foggy street and the silent, watching houses. It was always so quiet here. He didn't look at me. He looked upward, past my head. Not at the sky, but at the bell tower of the chapel. It stood tall and dark against the gray sky, its spire reaching up like a bony finger. It looked old and heavy. "She won't," he said. His voice was barely a whisper, just a breath of sound. It was almost lost in the fog. "Who is she?" I asked. My heart was pounding now, a frantic drum against my ribs. I knew this was important. This was the key, the answer to everything. The person who was keeping me here, the one who controlled this place. "The matron," he said. And then he just walked away, disappearing into the fog as quickly as he had appeared. He didn't say anything else, didn't look back. Just walked away, leaving me alone with that name echoing in my head. The matron. It sounded old, powerful, like something from a very old story. I felt a cold dread settle over me. That night I heard it. A faint ringing sound, like a bell far away. It was the bell from the chapel. It was a slow, deep sound, not like a normal bell. It was like a pull, drawing me in, making me want to follow. No one else in the town seemed to hear it. No, they didn't move. They just stayed in their loops, like always. The old man still circled the fountain. The barber still combed air. Only I could hear that bell calling to me. I followed the sound, walking through the thick fog. The chapel looked even bigger and darker up close. I walked into the chapel. It was dark inside, really dark, but hundreds of candles lined the pews. Their flames flickered, making shadows dance on the walls, moving like strange, silent figures. The altar at the front was bone white. It looked like it was made of old bleached bones, all put together. A figure stood at the pulpit, facing away from me. She was tall, very thin, almost like a stick. She was covered in black lace and a veil, so dark I couldn't see her face at all. She looked like a shadow. Then she spoke. Her voice was like smoke, thin and wispy, but it filled the whole chapel. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was a voice that wrapped around you, soft but strong. It felt ancient, like it had been speaking for centuries. "You have been chosen, Samuel Reed," she said. My name. She knew my name. My breath caught in my throat. To anchor, to remember, to keep our stories alive. Her voice was calm, like she was talking about the weather. Chosen? For what? To anchor? What did that even mean? I felt a cold dread spread through me, like ice water. My legs felt weak, and my hands started to shake. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. I was stuck there. "I don't want to be here," I whispered. My voice was small, lost in the big chapel, barely a sound. It was my last bit of fight, my last try to say no, but it felt useless, like talking to a stone wall. "You came," she said. Her voice was still like smoke, but it had a finality to it, like the end of a long journey. "That is enough." And with those words, I knew it was over. There was no escape. I tried to fight it, really, I did. But the dreams came stronger now, every night, every time I closed my eyes. They were more vivid, more real, like they were happening right there. They seeped into my waking hours, too. I would see things, hear things, even when I was awake, things that weren't really there. Or were they? My memories started to fade. Bits and pieces of my old life, they just slipped away, like sand through my fingers. The city, my friends, my family. It was like they were being erased one by one, leaving empty spaces in my mind. It was like looking at an old photograph, and the faces were starting to blur, to disappear. My voice, it changed too. It started to sound different, not like my own voice anymore. It was flatter, less alive, like the voices of the people in Carrion Falls, quiet and without feeling. It was like I was becoming one of them. One day, I was walking through the inn hallway. I saw a photograph hanging on the wall. It was old, faded, yellowed with time. 8 rows of people, all standing stiffly, looking straight ahead. Their clothes were old-fashioned, from a long time ago. And then I saw myself. I was in the back row, my face, my eyes. But I was wearing old-fashioned clothes, and the photo was black and white, like it was taken 100 years ago. It couldn't be me, could it? A label was beneath it, written in old, faded ink. It read, Carrion Falls Annual Harvest, 1943, 1943. That was so long ago. I wasn't even born then. But my face was right there, clear as day. I was not the first. The words echoed in my head, a cold, hard truth. I was not the first one to stumble into this town, not the first one to be chosen, to be pulled into this place. It had happened before, many times, and I won't be the last. That was the other thought, just as cold, just as hard. Someone else would come after me. Someone else would get lost. Someone else would find this road. Someone else would see the spire. I still live in Carrion Falls, or what's left of me does anyway. The part of me that was Samuel Reed, the photographer, the wanderer, it's mostly gone. It's like a ghost of who I used to be, just a faint memory. The city, the cameras, the open roads, they're all just whispers now. I ring the chapel bell every morning now. It's a heavy bell, and the rope is rough on my hands, leaving them red. It makes that same deep, slow sound that drew me in. I count the loops the old man makes around the fountain. 1, 2, 3. Every hour, every day. It's a comfort in a strange way, knowing what will happen. I sweep streets that never get dirty. The dust just moves from one spot to another, never really leaving. It's my job now, my loop. Just like the barber, just like the woman mopping the clean floor. We all have our parts, and I wait. I wait for the next one. The next person who stumbles in from the woods, lost and looking for help. When they do, I will nod to them from the porch, just like the woman in the brown shawl did to me. My eyes will be pale, I know, just like hers, just like everyone else's here, and I will ask them, "Lost, are you?" Because the wooden sign at the edge of town, the one that used to say Population 81, it now says Population 81. A data ghost who lives in the margins of charts and insurance billing systems. You wouldn't know me if we passed in the hospital hallway, and honestly, that's how I like it. My name is Daniel Reeves, and I work quietly, alone, preferably under LED lights, headphones on, surrounded by the soft clicks of a keyboard and the sterile smell of toner and old paper. Every morning, I wake up at 5:30 a.m., kiss my wife's forehead while she's still wrapped in our comforter, and shuffle to the kitchen to make coffee. Our house creaks and sighs as the heating system kicks in, fighting against the chilly Oregon mornings. By 6:15, I'm in my 10-year-old Honda Civic, driving through the misty streets of Clearpine, a small, pine-wrapped town tucked so close to the Cascades that, half the year, it smells like damp moss and distant snowfall. It's not exactly the center of excitement, but I like the peace. I rent a modest single-story house on the edge of town, far enough from the center that the only real noise I hear at night is the occasional howl of coyotes and the rumble of cargo trains that pass through the gorge. The train sounds used to keep me up, but now they're almost comforting, a reminder that the world continues to move, even when everything feels still. My wife, Erica, is an elementary school teacher, patient, grounded, and annoyingly good at crossword puzzles. She has this way of looking at me, head tilted slightly to the right, when she knows I'm hiding something. It's the same look she gives her third graders when they try to convince her the dog ate their homework. Her brown eyes see right through me, always have since we met in college. She was the loud one at parties, the one who dragged me from the corner and forced me to dance. Now, after 12 years together, she's the one who knows when to leave me alone with my thoughts. Our daughter, Lena, just turned 7. She's all fire and giggles, with a talent for asking unsettlingly deep questions right before bedtime. "Dad, do shadows sleep?" was her latest, whispered as I tucked her favorite purple blanket under her chin. She has her mother's eyes and my inability to let things go. Last month, she spent 3 days constructing an elaborate fairy trap in our backyard because she was convinced they were stealing her hair ties. The trap caught nothing but leaves and disappointment, but her determination was something to behold. I don't have many close friends. I'm not the type. I've always been more comfortable with data than people. Numbers don't judge. They just exist in perfect, predictable patterns. But Mark, a radiologist I met through Erica's cousin, often grabs coffee with me after shifts. He's loud where I'm quiet, outdoorsy where I prefer the comfort of 4 walls, but somehow we click. He tells me about the strange things he sees in X-rays, swallowed coins, unexplained masses, the occasional wedding ring still on a severed finger. And I listen, grateful for stories that make my job seem mundane by comparison. And then there's Kelsey, my coworker, another coder. Sharp-eyed, sarcastic, with an obsession for vintage horror comics and a laugh that could snap you out of a coma. Her desk is a shrine to the macabre, tiny plastic skeletons hanging from her monitor, a collection of horror movie action figures standing guard over her pens. She brings homemade cookies to work every Thursday, each one decorated with some gruesome design, little fondant ghosts or chocolate tombstones. Everyone thinks it's weird, but I find it endearing. In a profession where we deal with illness and injury codes all day, her way of making light of death feels almost healthy. We both got contracted by Stoneway Memorial Hospital for a massive digitization project. They're upgrading their record system. Everything from 1960 to 2004 has to be scanned, coded, and entered. Sounded like mindless work, but stable and well-paying. The hospital itself is a sprawling concrete monster from the 60s, all sharp angles and narrow windows that barely let in light. The newer wings have been updated with glass and steel, but the old sections feel trapped in time. The old files are stored in the sub-basement, Archive Level 2, a cold, gray place that smells like vinegar, metal, and history. The first time I went down there, the elevator opened to reveal endless rows of metal shelving units, sagging under the weight of decades of medical records. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, flickering occasionally as if struggling to illuminate all the secrets contained in those faded manila folders. I had stayed late to finish scanning a dusty set of cardiology files from 1972. Kelsey had already left, complaining about meeting her sister for dinner. I was alone, my office bathed in the flicker of an overhead light that had been stuttering all week. I'd put in a maintenance request, but no one had come to fix it. The constant strobe effect was giving me a headache, pulsing behind my eyes like a second heartbeat. The scanner was chugging along when I noticed something odd. One folder had no patient ID, just a black sticker with the word "expunged" stamped in block letters. The folder was thinner than the others, its edges worn smooth from handling, unlike the other dusty files that clearly hadn't been touched in years. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the button to continue scanning. Technically, this wasn't unusual. Some cases are redacted or sealed for legal reasons or patient privacy, but this one was different. It wasn't in the index. Every other file had a corresponding entry in the master list, but not this one. It was as if someone had slipped it into the archive without documenting it. My curiosity got the better of me. I tried logging the code. Access denied. I tried scanning it anyway. Nothing happened. The scanner jammed and made a noise I'd never heard before, almost like a sharp intake of breath, a high-pitched whine that made the hair on my arms stand up. The room suddenly felt colder, the flickering light overhead now pulsing in an erratic pattern that seemed to match my quickening heartbeat. I pried open the scanner and pulled the folder out. The paper felt wrong in my hands, not exactly damp, but somehow heavier than it should be, as if it were absorbing something from the air around it. Inside were 6 patient charts, all handwritten in a spidery script that was difficult to read. No barcodes, no billing codes. The entries were dated between 1972 and 1978, but the paper looked newer, almost as if the records had been rewritten more recently. One of them didn't even have a name, just a photo of a man's face, as if mid-scream. He had no eyes, just empty sockets, and for some reason, they'd been punched out with a hole puncher. I stared at the image, my stomach churning. The holes were too perfect, too deliberate. Who would do that? And why keep a record of a patient without a name? The man's mouth was stretched open in what could have been agony or ecstasy. It was impossible to tell without seeing his eyes. My stomach twisted. I flipped to the back, trying to find any normal, logical information that would make sense of what I was seeing. Taped to the final page was a VHS cassette labeled Room Z1, Uncharged Wing, in the same spidery handwriting as the charts. The tape was housed in a clear plastic case that had yellowed with age. There was a small stain on one corner, brownish red, like dried blood, though I told myself it was probably just rust or old coffee. Now here's the thing. Stoneway only has rooms A to H. I'd been in every department, wandered through every corridor during my lunch breaks. There is no room Z1. And what the hell is an uncharged wing? The term made no sense in a medical context. Patients are charged for services, not wings of a hospital. Unless it meant something else? Something without power, maybe? Or something that hadn't been properly processed? The more I read, the worse it got. These charts talked about patients who had gone in for minor procedures, a dislocated shoulder, a torn ACL, a routine appendectomy, but then suddenly vanished from the system. The notes described unusual post-operative responses and non-standard recovery patterns. One patient allegedly woke up speaking fluent Russian, though she had no prior knowledge of the language. Another developed inverse pupillary response. His pupils dilated in light and contracted in darkness. One chart simply ended with, observed residual activity post-expiration. Patient ambulatory, containment failed. I didn't know what to make of it. My first thought was that it was some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe Kelsey, with her love of horror, had planted it for me to find. But the folder felt too authentic, the notes too detailed for a simple joke. And there was something about the handwriting. Desperate, rushed, as if the person writing was afraid of being caught. I closed the folder and shoved it into my messenger bag. I should have put it back. I should have pretended I never saw it. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, and I've never been good at leaving puzzles unsolved. The floor was cold under my bare feet. The walls were painted an institutional green that seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing. And something, was whispering my name from behind the doors, metal scraping against teeth. "You were thrashing," she said. "Another nightmare?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She pulled me close, and I buried my face in her neck, breathing in the familiar scent of her jasmine shampoo, trying to chase away the lingering scent of antiseptic and decay from my dream. Over the next week, things escalated. On Wednesday, I was brushing my teeth, half asleep and thinking about the stack of insurance claims waiting for me at work. The bathroom mirror fogged up from the hot water, and as I wiped a clear spot with my hand, I saw him, a man in a hospital gown standing directly behind me. His eyes were dark hollows, his skin gray and sagging. I could see right through him to the shower curtain behind. I gasped and spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. No one was there. Just the empty bathroom, the shower curtain swaying slightly in the draft from the vent. I turned back to the mirror, my reflection now alone, though my eyes looked wilder than usual, my face pale with fear. I finished brushing my teeth quickly, keeping my eyes down, afraid of what else I might see. That same day, I noticed something odd about my hospital access badge. When I swiped it at the main entrance, the security system displayed a different clearance level than I had been assigned. Instead of level 2 records, it flashed level 5, unrestricted, for a split second before returning to normal. I tried it again at different doors throughout the day. My badge began unlocking doors I never requested access for. Surgical suites, pharmaceutical storage, even the morgue. The security guard didn't seem to notice, just nodded as I passed through, his eyes unfocused as if looking at something far away. On Friday, I found a note in my locker. Stop looking. Just those 2 words, written on a hospital prescription pad in that same spidery handwriting from the folder. I crumpled it up and threw it away, then immediately dug it back out and flattened it, slipping it into my wallet as evidence of something. I wasn't sure what yet. And then, on Monday, Kelsey didn't come to work. I called her cell, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried her home number, but no one answered. I even drove by her apartment during lunch, but her car wasn't in its usual spot. It was as if she had vanished, just like the patients in those charts. She texted me once that evening. They know we saw it. Whatever you do, don't watch the tape. Burn it. Bury it. But don't watch. They'll find you if you do. My hand shook as I read her message. We. I hadn't shown her the folder. How did she know about it? And who were they? I tried calling again, but her phone was off. I sent a dozen messages, but none were delivered. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the tape, still hidden in my messenger bag at the bottom of our hall closet. Kelsey's warning echoed in my head, but so did the questions. What was on it? What had she seen that scared her so badly? And how did she know about it in the first place? But of course I couldn't resist. The next day, I found an old VHS player in the AV closet of the hospital's education wing. The technician, a bored-looking guy with too many keys on his belt, barely glanced at my badge before letting me in. "Return it when you're done," he mumbled, not even asking why a medical coder needed outdated video equipment. I set it up in an empty conference room, plugged in the cassette, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a moment, nothing happened. Just static and the whirring sound of the ancient machine processing the tape. Then the screen flickered to life. Static. Then a surgical suite, room filled with cold steel. The timestamp in the corner read 3:17 a.m., June 12, 1978. The video quality was poor, grainy, and washed out, but I could make out a standard operating table in the center of the room. A patient lay on the table, but he wasn't restrained, just staring up, eyes wide open, unblinking. He looked conscious but completely still, as if paralyzed. His chest rose and fell with rapid, shallow breaths. But the skin on its face was wrong, too smooth, like stretched paper. It had no features I could distinguish, no eyes or nose or mouth that I could see, just a blank oval where a face should be. It moved with jerky, unnatural motions, like a puppet being controlled by inexperienced hands. The camera flickered. The lights in the room surged as if they were breathing, brightening and dimming in a rhythm that matched the patient's increasingly rapid breathing. The faceless figure moved to the patient's side and raised what looked like a scalpel, though the instrument was longer and curved strangely, unlike any surgical tool I'd ever seen. Then the patient began to levitate, not lift, levitate. Slowly, as if by unseen strings, his body rose several inches off the table. His expression never changed, that same wide-eyed, terrified stare. His mouth opened wider and wider until it cracked at the corners, blood trickling down his cheeks. No sound came from the tape, but I could tell he was screaming. His body began to convulse, still floating above the table. The faceless figure stood motionless, scalpel now hanging at its side, watching. Then it turned slowly, deliberately toward the camera. It raised one hand and pointed directly at the lens, at me. The lights exploded in a shower of sparks. The screen went black. And just before the tape ended, a voice whispered something I'll never forget. "You were never discharged." The words were quiet, but perfectly clear, as if someone were standing right behind me, their lips brushing against my ear. I whirled around, expecting to see someone there, but the conference room was empty. The VHS player ejected the tape with a mechanical click that sounded impossibly loud in the silence. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely gather my things. I stuffed the tape back into its case, and the case back into my bag. As I left the conference room, I noticed something strange. The hallway looked different. The walls seemed longer, stretching out farther than they should have. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered, casting strange, elongated shadows. I quickened my pace, almost running by the time I reached the elevator. The ride down to the lobby felt endless. When the doors finally opened, I burst out, desperate for fresh air and sunlight. But it was raining outside, a heavy, oppressive downpour that turned the world gray and indistinct. I ran to my car, fumbled with the keys, and sat there, engine running, trying to calm my racing heart. It was happening now. Whatever had happened to those patients in the 70s was reaching through time, affecting my life. Mark's death, Kelsey's disappearance. I wasn't just reading about strange medical phenomena, I was becoming part of it. That's when I went back to the folder. I'd locked it in my garage, inside a metal toolbox, under a pile of Christmas decorations. But that night, I found the box open, the decorations scattered across the floor. The folder itself was wide open, its contents neatly arranged as if someone had been studying them. Inside, the last page of the unnamed chart, the one with the eyeless man's photo, had something new, a handwritten note in pencil, faint and smeared. I squinted under flashlight, tried to make it out. Nothing. I rubbed graphite over it with the edge of another pencil, an old trick my dad had taught me for revealing impressions on paper. Still too light. New written on the taped VHS cassette label in that same spidery urgent script. Patient record 77492B. Status pending discharge. Room assignment ZED 1. My blood ran cold. 77,492B. 3 days with severe pneumonia. I'd almost forgotten. A childhood illness, a footnote in my life I rarely thought about, but they hadn't forgotten. Pending discharge. You were never discharged. The whisper from the tape echoed in my mind, no longer a cryptic threat but a statement of fact. I wasn't just a coder who stumbled onto a secret. I was part of the secret, an unresolved entry in their spectral ledger. Kelsey wasn't warned because she saw the folder. She was warned because she worked with me. Mark wasn't a random victim. He was collateral damage in my haunting. My carefully constructed world of data and predictable patterns shattered. I wasn't a ghost in the machine. I was a ghost tracked by the machine. Kelsey's warning burned in my mind. Don't watch the tape. They'll find you if you do. But I already had. And they didn't just find me. They had me logged in their system all along. But if I was still pending discharge, maybe there was a way out. Maybe I could process myself out of their system. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house, every rumble of the distant train sounded like a footstep, a whisper. I looked at Erica sleeping peacefully, at Lena's drawing of a smiling sun taped to our bedroom wall, and knew I couldn't let this entity, this lingering horror from Stoneway's past, consume my life, my family. The next morning, I told Erica I needed to go back to the hospital one last time to sort out some final paperwork related to the layoff. She gave me that look, the one that saw right through me, but she just nodded, her eyes full of concern I didn't deserve. I kissed her goodbye, hugged Lena tightly, the phrase, pending discharge, echoing with every beat of my heart. Back at Stoneway, the main entrance felt different, colder. The security guard didn't even look up as I swiped my deactivated badge. It beeped green. Level 5, unrestricted. It wasn't a glitch, it was a key. I avoided the main elevators, heading towards the older wing, the one closest to where Archive Level 2 was located. My badge didn't just open doors, it seemed to guide me. Lights flickered off down hallways I wasn't taking, while the path ahead remained dimly lit. I found a service elevator I'd never noticed before, unmarked, behind a faded maintenance-only sign. My badge unlocked it. There were no floor buttons inside, just a single unlabeled black button. I pressed it. The elevator didn't hum. It groaned, descending far lower than the sub-basement. It stopped with a jolt that threw me against the wall. The doors opened onto darkness, and a smell worse than the archives. Decay, ozone, and something metallic, like old blood. This was the uncharged wing. It wasn't uncharged as in free, it was uncharged as in without power, without light, without official existence. Emergency lights flickered sporadically, casting long, dancing shadows. The architecture was wrong. Hallways seemed to curve subtly. Ceilings felt too low. Faint whispers echoed, indistinct, like voices trapped in static. My badge led me on, through corridors lined with doors bearing no numbers, some slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of empty gurneys or overturned equipment coated in thick dust. Finally, I reached a door marked simply Z1. Medical devices lined the walls, covered in grime. On a corroded metal tray lay the expunged folder, open to the page with the eyeless man, and beside it, the VHS tape. As I stepped inside, the temperature plummeted. The air grew thick, heavy. From the darkest corner of the room, a shape began to coalesce. Tall, gaunt, indistinct, the faceless figure from the tape. It didn't move with jerky motions now. It flowed like smoke, its form shifting, the blank space where its face should be seeming to draw in the faint light. Pending discharge, a voice whispered, seeming to come from all around me, the sound of rustling paper and shallow breathing. Panic seized me, but my analytical mind, the coder's mind, latched onto the only thing that made sense in this nightmare logic. Records. Data. I wasn't fighting a monster. I was correcting a file. I pulled out the heavy-duty lighter I'd grabbed from the garage. Ignoring the coalescing figure, I walked to the tray. My hands shook, but I grabbed the folder and the VHS tape. Containment failed. The voice hissed, closer now. I could feel a chilling cold behind me. Folder. The old paper ignited instantly, the spidery script curling into black ash. The figure let out a sound. Not a scream, but a rush of static, like a corrupted audio file. It surged forward, its form becoming momentarily clearer. I could almost see the outline of a distorted Stoneway uniform. The cold intensified, pressing down on me. My breath hitched, but I held the burning folder, turning to ignite the VHS tape. The plastic casing caught, melting, dripping, burning droplets onto the floor. Record deletion unauthorized, the voice crackled, filled with something akin to pain. The lights in the room flickered wildly, then died, plunging us into near total darkness, save for the fire consuming the records in my hands. The figure lunged, its form dissolving into shadow and cold as it reached for me. I threw the burning remnants onto the operating table. The flames flared, illuminating the room in flickering orange light. The shadowy form recoiled from the fire, its static-filled whispers rising in pitch. Then, silence. The heavy presence lifted. The oppressive cold receded slightly. The fire on the table began to die down, consuming the last vestiges of the folder and the tape. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, stumbling through the dark, decaying corridors of the uncharged wing, following the faint emergency lights back to the service elevator. It was still there. I slammed the button, and it ascended with agonizing slowness. When the doors opened onto the familiar, brightly lit hallway of the main hospital, I collapsed, gasping for air that didn't taste like dust and dread. My badge, when I checked it, was just a piece of plastic again. Dead. I drove home in a daze. The world outside seemed too bright, too normal. Erica rushed out when I pulled into the driveway, her face etched with relief and worry. I couldn't tell her the truth, not all of it. I mumbled something about a stressful final meeting, about needing rest. Later that week, I read a small article in the Clearpine Chronicle about a minor electrical fire contained to a long-disused storage area in Stoneway Memorial's basement. No injuries, minimal damage, cause under investigation. No mention of an uncharged wing or room Z1. The official record was clean. I quit medical coding. I couldn't stand the sterile smell of offices, the click of keyboards, the flicker of fluorescent lights. We moved out of the house on the edge of town, closer to the center, away from the lonely quiet and the rumble of unseen trains. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel a phantom chill. Sometimes I think I hear a faint whisper, like static on the edge of hearing. I check mirrors warily, especially in bathrooms, and I never ever look at old hospital records. Lena, now 8, asked me the other day, "Dad, if you erase something, is it really gone forever?" I looked at her, my bright, curious daughter, then out the window at the solid, unyielding presence of the Cascade Mountains. "I don't know, sweetie," I said, pulling her close, "but sometimes you have to burn the file." The record was deleted. The patient was finally discharged. But the data ghost lingers, a cold spot in the memory, a reminder that some errors can never be fully expunged.